Thank you very much. Can we link with Russia to answer the second part of the question? The Russian representative, IT, are we able to connect?
I'll try to answer this question. My name is Olga Aleynikova. I am the head of the Center for Vocational Education and Training in Moscow, and I'm the head of Univoc Center under UNESCO. So, as far as I understood, the question was, what is the proportion of practical training and just theoretical training in the Soviet Union and in Russia? Because it was mentioned by Natalia Zolotaryova that in the Soviet Union we had a very good tradition that every big enterprise had their basic schools, vocational schools and colleges, where they just supervised the curricula and where they organized all kinds of practical training in their enterprises. But I can't say that we have lost this tradition completely. In the modern Russian, the approach is also very serious towards the practical training and links with enterprises. So-called social partnership is really now a reality in our country, and every Tvet school has a partner in the labor market, sometimes several partners in the labor market. And enterprises and companies in our country are trying to be more close to the Tvet schools. And more probably, I will tell you about it in our presentation of Priority 4, where we'll tell you about the initiative of a new project in our federation, which is called Professionalitet. It's a very interesting model when we just decided that the cluster approach of industry and Tvet will be the most productive model in social partnership. So let's hope that it will be clear for you and you will understand it better after the presentation of Priority 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response. We are now going ahead with our program. Page 4 of the program, we're going to invite Mr. Van Heerden, Principal of East Cape Midlands, Tvet College. That will continue with the program, and let's applaud, round of applause for our representative that handled the first part. As I submarine, please, over to you, sir.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and colleagues within the Brics community. My name is Van Heerden. I'm the principal of East Cape Midlands Tvet College, and I've been told and instructed to pick up the pace, Mr. former facilitator. I'm going to therefore be trying to be cryptic. I want to invite our different country representatives to the stage, those who are in presence. Please come to the stage and come and sit here in front. Mr. Enolin, the Deputy Principal Academic Services from Mateo Tvet College. We also have our Brazil representative, Professor Edson Luiz Souza. Please excuse me if I don't have the pronunciation correctly. From Russia, Ms. Natalia Zolotareva, Director for the Federal Institute for the Development of Vocational Education and Training. I, at this point, didn't have the representative name from India. I'll be informed. And then, of course, from China, Ms. Su Xiudong, and please excuse me if I didn't pronounce that correctly, the Vice President from Nanjing Vocational University of Industry and Technology. Please join us. Those remotely and those who can physically be here, please be on the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme for the seminar is the skilling for growth, development and poverty reduction through vocational education and training, as per the previous session, having unfolded and discussed in broader detail. My role is to focus on a specific sectoral priority. The question is, how can a hybrid, blended teaching and learning in a vocational institute be used to improve student access in a post-COVID context? And of course, when we refer to a post-COVID context, it's not necessarily only that. Of course, we are talking about improvement and access in general, and we will explore that a little bit more. I am also tasked to explore a very brief topic on this matter as a matter of an introduction, before we, of course, invite the different members from the different countries to elaborate on country-specific matters. The presentation will come up. I'll talk to the presentation so long. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest question is, how can a hybrid blended teaching and learning in a vocational institute be used to improve student access in post-COVID context, as I've said. And of course, we've already in the previous session explored different components of poverty, different components of economic growth, educational levels. But of course, the biggest societal question is poverty. There's no doubt in our mind that the key to poverty reduction, economic growth, and the upliftment of the standard of living is the key to driving down poverty. If we focus on education and skills development, that's the foundation of alleviating poverty. Poverty is one of the most pressing issues confronting our society today, and it has remained a challenging problem that requires immediate attention. Education and skills development are the keys to alleviating poverty, which is why vocational education and training are vital in solving this issue. The significance of vocational education and training extends beyond personal and individual growth, and it is critical for a nation's economic progress, and addressing this issue requires a coordinated effort from individuals, particularly those at the grassroots level, and must have access to quality educational training programs. And that requires all government, corporate and civil society to work together and to collaborate on this matter. Governments around the world are dealing with an increasing demand for greater access to post-secondary education and training, equity and provision, cost effectiveness, and improved teaching and learning quality. Population growth is occurring throughout the developing world, and a rising unemployment number and changes in employment patterns and work organization, as well as an increasing trend towards lifelong learning, are driving the demand for post-school and secondary education. It's not only the question of access, it's furthermore knowledge and service-based economies that are becoming increasingly dominant in both developing and developed countries, owing their reliance on ICT and automation, as well as high rates of de- and reskilling. In response to increasing demand for expanded access to post-secondary education and training, many governments have turned to or are turning to open learning approaches, devising ways to make learning opportunities available to a larger number of students. And the focus is particularly to those who have previously been excluded. South Africa is not any different. In doing so, they hope to develop cost-effective alternatives as the expenses of post-secondary education and new educational infrastructure rise. In consequence, many are looking to distance education and, more recently, primary online learning as a long-term, cost-effective means of cross-subsidizing their on-campus program. Hybrid or blended teaching and learning is one strategy that has developed as a popular answer to this challenge. The question is, what is hybrid learning? And in short, it refers to educational models that blend traditional face-to-face, in other words, in-person, or as we call it in South Africa, contact teaching and learning methods, with online or remote approaches. This can involve combining classroom instruction with virtual or remote learning activities such as online lectures, video conferencing, virtual simulations, and other digital tools and resources. As opposed to hybrid learning, blended learning is a structured approach combining online and face-to-face instruction, combining traditional lectures and activities with online resources, digital tools, and virtual discussions. Whereas hybrid learning is a more flexible approach, blended learning is a more structured approach. Overall, both hybrid and blended learning are increasingly being used in educational settings to provide students with more flexible and personalized learning experiences. It's key, ladies and gentlemen, that we know that the potential of hybrid learning, blended learning, is immense. And particularly in South Africa, we are discovering that now. It's fairly young and an immature system in South Africa, and obviously in the developing countries as a whole. But what is the ideal environment? Of course, when we talk about blended learning, there are many challenges. The question is, what is the ideal environment? And of course, if you look at an ideal environment for teaching and learning in a blended perspective, it must be flexible and adaptable. It's a physical space that have variable seating configurations and enhanced multimedia capabilities. The classroom should be able to accommodate both in-person and online learners. So that, of course, tells you already that the physical infrastructure is important. It must be conducive to be able to manage both online and offline learning. Integrated technology, adequate hardware, software, and interactive tools. So it talks about the physical ICT infrastructure and resources and hardware that needs to be there. Reliable high-speed internet access. The learning management system must be able to support the blended and online learning. An institution must have a learning management system to manage course content, assignments and assessments, as well as communication and collaboration among students, lecturers, and so forth. Particularly lecturer training and support. I think we earlier spoke about change management and the entire process around that. Particularly in South Africa, that is a critical change management requirement. Lecturer training and support, and the ability to learn and unlearn new things is quite a hurdle that we need to overcome. Now, if that is the ideal environment, what is the impact on education that this hybrid and blended learning may have? And of course, in my very first introduction, I spoke about improved access. Improved access, reduced cost and barriers to entry. Students who are unable to attend conventional on-campus classes due to geographical, medical or other reasons may benefit from hybrid blended learning. And of course, in terms of the South African context, our strategic objective number 1 in the Tvet college sector, it's about improved access and expanding access, and blended and online learning can offer that. It gives us the opportunity to increase course offerings. It can increase your program offerings and diversify your offerings. A college's normal geographical footprint can be increased and can be expanded. You can reach a bigger and wider audience, even international students. You've got greater flexible scheduling opportunities. You can access the learning management system and digital library resources anywhere. Learning management systems provide access to a variety of course materials, study resources and support. It expands the flexibility thereof. You can personalize learning. You can diversify delivery format and easily incorporate multimodal learning. And technology integration and real-world experiences is one of the other benefits that spreads from that. Real-life simulations can be brought into the classroom, and with blended and online learning, these simulations can happen between professionals, students, employers, workplaces, and guest lectures. Then, of course, number 9, our most important outcome is that improved student performance and engagement will be made possible. Students benefit from high blended learning when it comes to engaging with vocational education resources and their peers. They find it exciting, they find it entertaining, and they are able to engage with the content. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, by using a hybrid blended learning, institutions can expand their reach beyond their geographic borders, providing opportunities for students to take courses and access educational resources that may not have been previously available. Hybrid or blended teaching and learning in vocational institutions are crucial instruments for increasing student access and success. Hybrid blended learning, with its flexible scheduling, personalized learning, diverse learning format, delivery format, technology integration, multimodal learning, improved access, real-world experiences, enhanced student performance and engagement, has the potential to revolutionize the vocational education system. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a brief highlight and overview of blended and online learning. I now call on the South African representative, Mr. N. Oline, the Deputy Principal Academic Services from Tvet College, to give your South African context. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I'm Nigel Olin. I'm the Deputy Principal, Academic Services at Mateo Tvet College. We are in Bloemfontein in the Free State in South Africa. And the theme is, and we are all familiar with the theme this morning on what I'm supposed to talk. Then I don't see the slides moving, so I will just talk on as I'm presenting. I have a content page, and I will just speak then to the content page of my presentation. So, what is the background to blended learning within South Africa? In February 2020, the whole world were devastated by the coronavirus pandemic, and worldwide there was wide-scale infections. 2019 pandemic exposed the global community as well as Africa. There was limited leadership and management capacity to deal with this crisis, and it was evident everywhere. There was a deep economic decline, loss of jobs, high unemployment, poverty, emotional stress, reluctancy of loss of lives were evident worldwide. And there was also disruption within the educational space in South Africa, but also worldwide. Governments had to utilize remote learning and teaching to save the academic year, and as well also to save lives. In South Africa in particular, a national state of disaster was declared, and there was an extended recess within South Africa, and there was a total reliance on the use of technology and for access to teaching and learning in South Africa. Blended learning is just a strategic combination of online and in-person learning. And as the facilitator was just mentioning, that when we are talking about, or one of the benefits or the impact of blended learning is that blended learning creates access. So when we are talking about access, it is when institutions are looking at different ways how students can have equal and equitable opportunities so that they can take full advantage of the education system. There was a number of studies that focuses on blended learning in South Africa and worldwide. And I'm just going to mention one or two. In a presentation by Gerda Magnus that was done in September 2021, she highlighted the following aspects as part of the findings that you will find in literature on blended learning. 20% of our South African colleges were having access to blended learning. In 2023, that number have increased, and we are standing at 79%. In September 2021, only 26% of our NSFAS students were in a position of their own laptops. And then 50% of our students were having access to connectivity on campus. When we are talking about blended learning, what types of blended learning is available in literature? I'm just going to mention it: rotational model, flex model, self-blend model, and an enriched virtual model. So when we are talking about our 50 Tvet colleges in South Africa, what led to the introduction of blended learning within this particular space in South Africa? I'm referring to a case study college, and the case study college is none other than my college, Mateo Tvet College. But these backgrounds is also similar for the other 49 colleges in South Africa. There was a lecturer conference that was held in 2019. And this were the resolutions of that particular lecturer conference. That the dynamics of the fourth industrial revolution needs to be followed and implemented in the teaching and learning process. Lecturer development needs to take place at Tvet colleges in line with the fourth industrial revolution. There needs to be necessary resources that needs to be availed to lecturers so that blended learning can become a reality at our 50 Tvet colleges. Research development needs to take place at all our 50 Tvet colleges in line with the fourth industrial revolution, and also improvement of college capacity, specifically referring to internet capacity. And that was the resolutions at the lecturer conference of the case study college, but also at all our 50 Tvet colleges in South Africa. Background, what led to blended learning within South Africa, using again the case study college as a basis. If we can look to our South African situation and our Tvet colleges, not all our academic staff were having access to laptops. Only 48% of our staff members were having access to connectivity away from campus. And there was a significant increase in blended learning since 2019 up till 2021. It's about 30% increase in blended learning. I'm also showing you the statistics pertaining to the case study college, and I'm not going to mention that, the tools, the equipment, the dongles, the laptops, the platforms that is available at our case study college, but also at the 50 Tvet colleges in South Africa. Just more photos that are speaking to the tools of trade that was available to all our 50 Tvet colleges, where principals of Tvet colleges avail tools, dongles, zero-rated data dongles to students as well as staff members, so that blended learning can become a reality at these colleges. If we are talking about an implementation of a blended learning system, then these particular aspects needs to be in place. I'm just going to highlight a few of them. Establishment of a task team that will implement blended learning within the Tvet college space. Principal, our IT manager, Tvet Miss manager was part of that task team driving the whole aspect of blended learning at the college. Your policies needs to be aligned so that you incorporate the ideals of the fourth industrial revolution within your policies. You need to capacitate your staff members, lecturers, senior lecturers, head of departments, academic affairs staff, so that they are capacitated to implement blended learning successfully at your college. You need to strengthen your ICT capacity as a college, and that is what all our 50 Tvet colleges have done, but also in particular our case study college. Change management, I think, sir, you were mentioning that. When we do blended learning, change management needs to take place within the college. Your leadership, what is your organizational culture? Curriculum alignment, and also how do we incorporate technological advancement within this space, the Tvet college space. Just highlighting those few aspects. Post-COVID-19 implications. You need to do an assessment now of the utilization of your online teaching and learning platforms as a college. How many students are having access? Is your lecturers accessing your systems? And In our case, we were having monthly meetings where we held lecturers accountable and checking, are you utilizing the online platforms, and how many students are having access to your online platforms. We have said that one of the benefits of blended learning is increased performance of a college. And we have seen it within our 50 Tvet colleges that there was an increase in the performance of our colleges, and also in particular our case study college. Improve accountability and tracking of performance. You must hold lecturers responsible for the full implementation of blended learning within your college, and then also improve access with success. With other words, you increase your headcounts as a college, but also with that, you increase your performance as a college, and I have literature that I'm referring to in my slides. What are the benefits of blended learning within Tvet colleges in general at our 50 Tvet colleges? Increase success, reduce costs, improve quality. Quality needs to be improved as you have introduced blended learning within your college. And then also increase inclusion. Here I'm specifically talking to students that are differently abled. If you supply them with assistive devices, they will be able to access the blended learning space very effectively. So, as we were saying, that one of the benefits or the impact of blended learning is improved access. What strategies can we employ so that we can improve access? Mass teaching. You connect all your campuses through your virtual platform. The case study colleges have 8 campuses, and through mass teaching you can reach all your student populations through a virtual platform. You can also have an implementation plan for distance learning, and I think all of our 50 colleges have implemented that. The SAPCO leadership have also developed an extensive expansion program so that they can increase our student numbers with 100,000. Then also the lecturer conference that you can also use as a way of improving access at your college and in South Africa as a whole. All our 50 Tvet colleges have also then have online lessons that we have developed as a way of to prove that this is how we are doing blended learning within our Tvet college space. Lastly, I'm just going to share with you a 1-minute slide of how blended learning can take place at the 50 Tvet colleges in South Africa, and this is what we are all doing currently. If we can share that that clip quickly. It's a 1-minute clip, and then I'm going to sit down. Can we share that?
Good morning, students. Today I'm going to teach you computer practice in 4, module 3, and I think as you know that I'm Ms. Brenda Klaas, that I'm going to give you the presentation on Excel. After completion of the modules, you'll be able to demonstrate and to understand the principles of the spreadsheet, also to be able to create, to save, and to open, and how to print. Because this section that we're doing is only for the first section A. If I should take you back if I should start at the beginning, Excel consists of 3 sections. Section A is what we're going to do now, and then there's a section B and there's section C. Then people, after also completion, you will be able to...
Thank you so much. Mercy, thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Olin. I must admit, it was for me very difficult to ask you to wrap up because you're so passionate about what you're talking about. And you really did well. Thank you very much for that presentation. Can I then ask the Brazilian representative, Professor Edson Luis Souza, are you available? You can start. Over to you.
Pleasure to stay here with you. I'm going to start sharing my presentation with you from now on, so that we can see this better. Right. So then, well, I'm a teacher at a center, at a Colégio Pedro II, which is a federal institute here in Brazil. And in fact, I'm a teacher of English at a school where we work with vocational teaching and learning. Right. First of all, we got to understand our scenario here in Brazil, our post-COVID and our COVID scenario here. Well, in Brazil, about 700,000 people were killed during the COVID pandemic. So in the years 2020 and 2021, the pandemic brought us a terrible challenge as an education institution. I mean, to transform in-person teaching into remote teaching. Because up to that time, we were just accustomed to in-person teaching. Remote teaching was somehow a kind of abstraction for most of us teachers. So it was terrible because those involved were totally unprepared for it, without proper tools or tech support. As a matter of fact, I might say that most of our students did not have necessary tools to get started, or when they had necessary tools, they did not have digital literacy. They were not able to work with those tools appropriately. So then we had a challenge, and on top of everything, no in-person human interaction was made possible. We had two groups of students. The vast majority that did not adapt and needed in-person teaching, and a minority that after 2 years adapted and realized that hybrid learning would be a possibility. As they restructured their lives around the new reality of study, virtual but in real time, synchronous, seeking discipline and organization. So as you can see, that was really a very, very tough time for each and every one. Once it was not really easy for anybody to go on. But then let's analyze these two groups and let's think about them. Let's see exactly the way they behaved, right? So we have to think about students' needs, because this is post-COVID, posed to us a really need in terms of education, a real need, and it's a different need from everything that I had seen before. It must be stressed without a shadow of doubt that the majority of the aforementioned students cannot be forgotten, and teaching them in person does not mean standing still. The pandemic has shown us that this group needs investment in digital literacy, not only for education, but for life. As it's been mentioned before here, digital literacy is really a key word, and it's really perhaps one of the key points to our success, and also to enable our students to go into the labor market. So we cannot forget to point out that during the pandemic, the government in office, Bolsonaro's government, offered a very tight budget to our federal institutes. Most of our federal institutes almost had no budget to help our students to get computers and laptops. As a matter of fact, the budget had been diminished annually since the previous government, which was President Temer, who was in office. At the time, more than ever, we needed the government to advance in providing internet access in the areas or neighborhoods where our students lived. We got to think that, especially here in Rio de Janeiro, at our school, Colégio Pedro II, most of our students are evening students, and many of them live in high-risk areas where violence is always rampant. Digital training for personal and professional development was and still is paramount. And I just don't mean training, but I mean education, because here we can even establish differences between training and education. At first, at least training. So these skills couldn't and should not and should never ever be left behind or put aside, because as you could see, for some time they seem to be left behind. Our students need the government to advance in ensuring security around their schools so they can attend lessons, especially in the evenings, because as I mentioned before, most of our lessons are evening lessons. And they need the government to advance an internal infrastructure within the schools. For example, with increased investment in equipment, because hybrid learning and teaching needs investment in equipment, structure, and technology. Besides, some external and peripheral infrastructure, such as significant improvement in public transport, should be implemented, because we got to consider that most of these ideas and most of this implementation should not be a kind of implementation that is limited to the school setting. It's a kind of societal implementation focusing on our process of schooling. So the digital gap needs to be bridged, allowing education institutions to develop new technological skills in their students. These students, they need new technological skills. So we have here an audience to be reached, because part of this audience has not been reached, and this is what we could call group 3. There is an audience to be reached through hybrid learning. In hybrid vocational education, one may expand the educational scope, offer schooling to each and every single citizen, as our Constitution somehow states that each and every single citizen should have access to education, and somehow hybrid vocational education fulfills this role. We got to consider that if we're thinking about education as a whole, education should reach mothers who have no one to leave their kids whilst they are in school, people who live in high-risk areas and would like to study from home are to be catered for.
Thank you, Prof. Can you please wrap up?
All right. People without fixed working hours, people who currently face chaos in public transport. These groups mentioned above are some instances of those folks who might profit from hybrid teaching and learning. By no means is this potential audience to be forgotten. They should be served with new hybrid vocational training courses in advanced formats that even online value the educator and does not replace them with machines. These courses ought to meet students' real needs. They must enable students to carry on establishing bonds and mutual exchange of classroom experiences. We understand that hybrid vocational education must break geographical boundaries and, above all, help to transform reality critically, providing our students with opportunities and possibilities for both professional and academic growth. Thank you very much. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Prof. Highly appreciate it. It remains interesting to learn the journey of different countries, eventually facing the same challenges all together. Thank you very much. We will now move to Ms. Natalia Zolotareva, Director for the Federal Institute for the Development of Vocational Education and Training in Russia.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to share with you ideas and consideration about the first sectoral priority. And I would like to begin with two key messages. First, it should be stressed that access to Tvet in Russia has always been open to all. There were no barriers in the Soviet Union and later in the Russian Federation. Free and open access to Tvet is guaranteed by the Constitution. And second, hence the situation that required in 2020 transition to distance and e-learning was more about enhancing the process of teaching and learning and not about access. It helped us to address unresolved issues relating to quality of education by diversifying methods and forms of teaching and learning when integrating traditional and online formats. When the close down of Tvet schools happened in 2020, the first days of living and working in the new reality required speedy reorganization of the educational process in which factors of technology acquired huge importance. Necessary organizational changes were made to match the extreme conditions: issuance of regulation, appointed new staff, changes in the curriculum, audit of the available educational resources that could be used for distance learning, identification of disciplines for the e-learning format, etc. Special attention was given to accessing the technical capacities of students and their families. For example, computers, access to internet, etc. And to monitoring of interaction of teachers and students in the new situation, to working with parents who explain to them how their children will learn from home. A lot of done to help teachers to adjust to the new situation when classes became virtual and when a lot of technical problems emerged. The Ministry of Education launched a special hotline for teachers to help them organize the teaching process using to the maximum degree available resources. Like any crisis, COVID has opened new opportunities and pointed out new challenges. Opportunities include the using of open platforms that support online communication. For example, Moodle, Digital College, eClass, Register, Student Diary, the networking city education, etc. The second opportunity is the active using of social networks and messenger, for example, WhatsApp, Viber, etc. The major challenge is connected with the urgent need to create a new Tvet paradigm, blending traditional and digital form of teaching and learning and accessing students' competencies, as well as to help teachers to be up to the implementation of the new paradigm. The above changes and challenges have shown new problems, such as access to quality internet connection in certain regions in Russia, shortage of computers, of other technical devices allowing access to online learning, and lack of high-level technical and methodological skills of teachers for effectively using digital opportunities. But we have learned a lot. The lessons learned are: 1. Digital Tvet lacks digital secondary general education and higher education. Most of projects in the field of digitalization of education have earlier addressed higher education and general secondary education. For example, the federal project Staff for Digital Economy. The second lesson: we have lots of positive and effective examples in the region requiring scaling and dissemination. For example, the platform Digital College in Moscow region was developed in 2016 to 2019. It's integrated 39 Tvet colleges, 6 centers of competences, and educational administrations and methodological centers. The platform is based on up-to-date technologies and helps colleges to design teaching plans of lesson, etc. In Republic of Tatarstan, effective digital solutions were developed under the project Digital Education Environment. So, when the crisis came, teachers were ready to work in the distance format, using the platform called the e-learning system. The third lesson: we need to proactive strategies of Tvet schools to address digitalization. The first week of close down showed that the emerging problems were better and more effectively addressed in those regions of our country that had been proactively introduction digitalization of the Tvet schools. Lesson 4: we need to expand and diversify technological solutions of products for Tvet. As is, Tvet needs more digital solutions and more providers who would be offering education packages for Tvet. The demand now far exceeds the supply. Thank you for your attention. This is my speech.
Thank you, Natalia. I highly appreciate it. Quite detailed. Thank you very much. Can we go to the India representative, please? Is India ready? You can go on, sir.
Good afternoon once again. Because morning also I was telling about our activities on skilling. Now our focus shall be on blended teaching. Before getting into this topic in a micro level, if all of you agree, I would like to share some of the things what we have done in our country for this blended mode of teaching. That also I would like to share, apart from the challenges what we face. So first, as you all aware that this hybrid or blended learning, which can provide access to world-class content. The trainer might be any place, at any place, yeah, whoever might be the expert. We can have that access through this hybrid, blended mode of learning. That is the main greatness of this particular thing. And the another one, there is no time restriction. At any time, at anywhere, we may undergo this type of hybrid, blended mode of learning is very much possible. See, there was a doubt all the time that since the VETs normally provide hands-on skilling, there is a challenge that how this hands-on skilling can be imparted to a candidate. Okay. Is it without physical presence? How it can be possible? So there was a long thought on that. And there are various new ways have come up, wherein even though you may not be physically practicing it at that particular time or moment, but all the things can be learned through this blended mode, which I am going to show. See, one of the important things is that nowadays we have started using these augmented realities and virtual realities, which are being incorporated and which is very much easy to incorporate in the books, in the present scenario. Even in the physical books, the books which are made available in the form of, in physical form. Here also what we have done, we have incorporated the QR codes. By scanning or browsing the QR code, it may be, we can make it to lead to a particular video content, whereby they can very easily understand, I think I can say, in a better manner than the physical method. Still, all the tools and other things may not be in a position to inform a student of a particular 10th grade level and all in a simulated manner. That is possible with this QR mode. This QR might be correlated with the simulated content, and whenever a student, even though if he is holding the physical book, if he browses the QR code through simulation method, he can learn about the tools and all type of different activities. So because of this AR and VR, it is easily possible, and I can say that we cannot differentiate much with the physical mode of training and the virtual mode of training. So this blending has come to such a level that even without physical thing, we may go ahead. So thereby, I just like to say that even though it is a challenge, in some of the countries, it might be a difficult thing, but I can assure you that in our country, it has been completely blended mode has been implemented, and most of our books, I cannot tell 100% because even though we have large number of trades, all the trades are not popular. Only some important trades will be taken by the candidates. On such subjects or the trades, we have all these type of AR, VR mode, QR based books have been made available. And the government of India, for this below poverty line people, all the things have been made available in the form of free this thing, and they all have been made available under a portal named as the Bharat Skills portal. In Bharat Skills portal, we can find all the, whatever I was telling, different type of learnings will be there. It can be accessed by anyone with a simple login. So thereby, I can say that only thing it is possible through this digital transformation. Without a digital transformation, this blender molding is very much difficult. So if you all permit, I'd just like to share one or two slides as well as one small video how our books have been developed. I think probably you might be also having, but still I wanted to share because this is the forum where you can showcase our activities also. You shall kindly permit us to share the screen. This is one of the e-book made available which can be accessed by anyone. Even you may also try after some time. If required, I shall share with the link of this portal also. Yes, sir. You can start from the beginning. Cross that. We can scroll the books. This is one of the books wherein all the different type of tools, lathe, and all other machineries have been given. And wherever these type of tools are there, for example, in the left side, you may find a lathe machine is there. And if you want to learn much on that, if you just click over it, and it may lead to a video with 3D structures, and you can very easily learn about it. Almost this book comprises hundreds and hundreds of such tools and machineries and equipments which all have been incorporated with this type of simulated model. So this way we are completely overcoming the challenge. Only in the form of physical training only we may succeed. It is not so. It is only hybrid or blended. Both will be there. Sometimes we can go for physically also their presence, and most of the time we can go on this video mode also. This is one of the sample I am showing. And apart from this, as I was telling in the beginning, there are physical books along with the QR codes are available. Just that will also be now shown to you. So this is one of the, in the left hand side you can see a little brownish thing. This is the physical book normally which may appear, what we develop as on date in India. You may find the QR code over there. And if a person browses that QR code, at the other side you may get the relevant, what you call that, videos and troubleshooting methods. All related contents will be automatically populated. So this way we are using QR codes. And you might be finding one word called as NIMI, NIMI books. I would like to tell little about it. In Government of India, through this Skill and Employment Ministry, we have two very big agencies are there. One wherein we develop the curriculum, where all the research work, skill development, training material, everything shall be developed. It is a curriculum developing agency. Central Staff Training and Research Institute. The other one is
Dear sir. Dear sir.
National Instructional Media Institute.
Sorry, sir.
This is the National.
Can I please ask that you can I please ask that you wrap up, please?
Yeah, please.
Please wrap up the session.
Yeah, over. So
Thank
this is
you.
the way we are doing it. Thanks a lot. Again, we join in green screens.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Very informative, and on a micro level, a good example of the digital transformation and how it works. I love the fact that when you click a button, it sounds as if an actual page is paging. That's lovely. Thank you for the presentation. That is highly appreciated. I'm sure there's going to be some questions from the floor. Can we then go to Ms. Sue Xiaodong from the Nanjing Vocational University of Industry Technology. Thank you, ma'am.
尊敬的各位代表、各位贵宾，我是南京工业政经制作大学的副校长，我叫苏晓东。今天非常荣幸 在这里代表人发言。我发言的题目是后疫情时代如何利用专业院校的混合型教育学来提高学生的学习智慧。2020年有 PPT 吗？没有吧？有啊，有翻译吗？我说就可以的。好。2020年新冠肺炎爆发和蔓延，以强制性的制度变迁的方式，推动了传统学习向线上学习的全面过渡。线上学习从口现象变成了必现象，在线教学从原先的应急角色，成为与线下教学并行的常态性的方式。疫情期间，我校100多名外国留学生进行了线上学习。我们通过虚拟的实验实训和虚拟的张配训练间，提供了口视化、动态的和 VR 的教学资源，在教师的指导下，顺利地完成了教学。当前，线上教学从紧急部署变成了信息化技术的优化应用，线上线下混合式教学成为了新常态。在此背景下，我们可以从以下4个方面来发力，利用专业院校的混合型教育学来提高学生的学习智慧。第一个方面，加强基础设施的建设。受疫情影响，低收入国家取消了专业技术教育和培训，而不是将培训转到线上。数字化技术应用于教育，可促进教育的公平，但基础设施缺乏导致学习者受教育的不平等。疫情期间，从国家层面上讲，中国教育部组织电信运行企业，加强平台及网络的保障，同时鼓励开展东西部合作、区域间合作、校际间的协作与帮扶，确保了全国师生便捷获取线上教育资源。我所在的南京工业专业技术大学，我们对口支援新疆和延安的专业学校，共享资源，协同发展。第二个方面，整合数字化资源平台。2020年疫情期间，我校信息化组统计的教师使用主流教学平台有10多种，包括腾讯课堂、腾讯会议、QQ 群课堂、企业微信、阿里钉钉、华为云 Weekly、优学院、抖音、鱼课堂、卓玛等10多种学习平台。学习者有很大的选择空间，相关企业通过竞争，不断满足数字化的学习要求。系统不容易被固化和垄断，当然也有弊端。不利之处在于非统一的管理系统，不利于从宏观上进行有效治理。不同的系统在功能上、数据上不能相互共享，相互之间整合度低，某种程度上又形成了信息孤岛和资源壁垒。要引入市场化的机制，持续积累，打造若干强大的数字化教学资源航空母舰，实现线上线下、校内校外教学资源的融合。第三个方面，优化数字学习平台的设计。数字化学习方式打破了时空限制，提供了丰富的教学资源，但也存在着互动不足、朋辈交流消减、教师监督弱化等 等局限性。目前，我们在线教育平台，尤其是直播平台，大多数是从之前的娱乐平台和会议平台直接变身为教学平台，缺少课堂化的改造和课堂空间的塑造，空中课堂的课堂概念没有得到强化和具体化，座位关系、同学关系缺少体现。若每一次线上上课的学生都能固定在线上课堂的座位上，给予相应标识，营造在线课堂的在场感，有利于增加学生的存在感，强化师生的空间记忆，避免学生出现在线不在学的状况。第4个方面，加强教师优势互补的团队建设。疫情期间，作为应急措施，所有教师不分年龄、专业、性别、兴趣、学科，均需投入到在线教育的一线，全员都是主播，导致全员线上教学与教师在线教育能力不足的矛盾。现在，部分学校尝试教师间的协作配合和优势互补，一方面持续开展信息化的教学能力培训提升，同时加强教师间的分工协作的团队建设，允许每个教师在备课、主讲、交互、辅导上有不同的站位，允许充分展示教师的特点和优点。总之，后疫情时代，我们面临的一个新的挑战，但也是新的机遇。这些院校要充分利用混合型教育学来提高学生的学习机会，助力全球职业教育的高质量发展。谢谢大家。
Thank you to all the presenters. It was very intriguing to be able to hear how different countries approach, in essence, the same challenge and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now an opportunity to open for questions. I'm going to allow 3 questions. And please indicate yourself. I see there's a hand at the back. Of course, when you raise your question, please introduce yourself and then also ask your question and indicate to whom you are addressing the question to in the panel member. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Jaap Nel. I'm from SACRA. I'm directing the question to Nigel. I like what he presented, but there's actually not a question. It's basically, I can say so. I recently visited Sweden, and they also looked at blended learning and the influence of blended learning on learners. And basically that is, just to give you an example, is that they spoke about a 3-year training program where they said that if you look at blended learning, it's important to have learners in year 1, to have less blended learning in year 1, to allow for the socialization of learners as well as meeting between the lecturers and the students. Then in year 2 is that they need to have less classroom and more blended learning to allow learners to actually work on its own. And then in year 1 to bring them back to have less blended learning and to allow again to work as teams as well as preparing for final assessments. So my question is that, basically to Mr. Nigel, is that you look at something like that, what's the influence of blended learning on the learners itself, and not on how you implement, but what is the influence of that for the learners and looking at socialization as well as the success in studies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nell. Next question. Thank you, yes, sir, at the front.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Craig Ndudani, DHT president. So you are constricting me when you say I was directed to somebody.
All right. No, that's ideal, but I mean, any of the presenters could then choose to answer should that be the case.
I think so. What my comment is based on the presentations that were provided, but specifically with the Russian approach, because somewhere we have learned of the concept of deconstruction and reconstruction.
Yes.
When you are introducing a new mode of teaching and learning. From the Russian perspective, can they give us some advice on how do we really encroach this territory? Because we are speaking about blended learning, but there are quite a number of fundamentals that we have to go through. One of them are the issues pertaining to the change of policies that are applicable in that particular country which wants to implement that learning.
Okay.
The second thing is the issue of the assessment regime, where we will need to deal with issues of assessment. And the third element is the issue of curriculating. You cannot divorce all those related aspects in order for us to have a successful implementation.
Good point. Good point. Thank you. Is there any more questions from the floor? Then I'll invite from the virtual platform. Anybody online? I don't see a hand. Thank you. So we've got one question from Mr. Nell addressed to Mr. Nigel. Basically 3 questions from Mr. Ngubeni addressed to the Russian presenter. Let's start with your answer. You can press the button there.
I think I need to refer back to the research information that is available, that when you are implementing blended learning, it's a mixture of online and then also face-to-face learning. With other words, yes, there is components of online learning that is available, but also the student also comes in contact having physical classes that is available. So in research articles, there are certain disadvantages that goes with a total online component with when you implement online teaching and learning. That's why for blended learning to be an online support system, and then also physical social workers that is available to support that student with some of the issues, sir, that relates with social interaction. So, yes, there is disadvantages pertaining to social interaction, where a student can develop a gap where there is a total online teaching and learning system that you are following, but then you must have strong student support services available face-to-face, but also online services available to help those particular students to fill the gap with social and in-person interactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Olin. The next question is, and was addressed to Natalia, yourself. Are you available?
Well, I can answer the question.
Thank you.
My name is Olga Aleynikova. Again, it's too difficult to hear the questions when we are online. But, well, I understand that just we are mentioning the future and the lessons of COVID and the situation where new forms of learning have to be introduced. As all other countries, Russia was in the situation when COVID came just suddenly, and nobody was ready to sit at homes just and to learn online immediately. We also overcome these problems with organizing special courses for teachers, special just programs which helped the administrators and the learners to just to use the computers, to use the platforms and so on. But after COVID, when we began to analyze what was new, what was good and what was bad, half of our students answered this question that yes, it was positive. It was very good to sit at home, to use a computer, because they are very active in internet and social media. And so for them were just quite advanced forms, just like online education introduction. But the second half of the students answered no, because they were seeking and they miss their personal communication. People were tired of communicating only on screens, only online. Offline measures had to be introduced also. So that's why after COVID, we really had a lot of conferences and seminars and training courses which were conducted offline, so as to overlap this problem and just to establish the communication quite naturally. But new forms of learning really were introduced in our education thanks to that situation. And blended learning has to be just the reality and is now a reality for all our institutions. And of course, this situation pushed the increase of a number of online courses, of immersive courses and programs, a lot of new forms which are very progressive in our Tvet education. But at the same time, we really concentrate on real personal communication, which is also very important, especially for students and for teachers. But we think that we have to be ready for the future. In any case, we have to be ready to teach online and to teach offline, because so-called black swans could appear just any time.
And how did all of this impact on your assessment regime? I think that was the second the second question that
Yes,
Mr. Gumede.
yes, assessment was revised, and most of the instruments which are now are used for assessment are online instruments. And so that was also helpful for us to develop such kind of instruments. We were not widely using them before.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That then concludes our session. Before I wrap up, Deputy President.
Thank you very much to all delegates. I also greet you. We are now going to do the presentation of gifts. Just to say thank you to our presenters and our facilitator today. They have done a very great job. It's not an easy one, especially when it is international presentation. Can we then give them a round of applause whilst I'm giving them gifts? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can also now have time for tea. We will take a 15 minutes break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. What time is it now?
It is now, let's check the 11:53.
It's now 11:53.
Please assist people to get in. Percy, can we get people to come into the house? Precious, can we just get them into the house so that we can start the session? We are already 20 minutes late. Miss Klekane, are you in the house? Where is she? Oh, yeah. If you are in the house, I think we can start. I will immediately hand over to you to take us through the program, the next session. Thank you very much. We can give her a round of applause as she's ascending the stage.
I'm just waiting for some delegates to settle. Greetings to the House, especially the Brics members from China who are here physically, and greetings to other, BRIC members countries that have joined virtually. Greetings to the delegates from South African institutions. Greetings to the DHET senior officials that are here with us. I also saw the Tvet CGC and also the SAFETs and other structures that are here. It's safer to say all protocol observed. My name is Basan Klekan, the principal of Bembe Tvet College in the far north. My role is actually so simple. I'm here to actually deal with a topic that has to do with green scales. As today and earlier on we were told that skilling for growth, development and poverty reduction through vocational education and training. And mine is going to talk about what role can green skills play in vocational education and training. I can tell you, while one was sitting, in my mind it was always saying, what role can vocational education and training play in green skills? And only when I was done with what I was preparing, and I said, no, it sounds like it's vice versa. What am I saying, actually? But when I look at it, it's actually the same. So I just want all of us just to look at it where it says, what role can green skills play in vocational education and training? But I'm also posing the same question, what role can vocational education and training play in green skills? I've actually taken time to just do an overview to say what are we talking about here. I'm failing to read my own screen. The focus here will be the ecology and climate change. We're talking about the socio-economics, energy, Brics studies, and also water resources and pollution treatment, food security. We are talking about those. Few things that I'll highlight. Firstly, green skills are those skills needed to adapt processes, services, and products to climate change, and also the environmental regulations and requirements related to it. If we want to define what are green skills, it's actually training of skills that its approaches is to ensure adequate resources utilization, reduce waste, energy conservation, and also environmental degradation, cost reduction. These skills include knowledge, abilities, values, and attitudes needed to live in, develop, and support sustainable and resource-efficient society. Vocational education and training institution and skills training initiatives plays a significant role in developing human and societal capital, but also knowledge and experience for sustainable societies and greener economies. Green skills can modify vocational education and training behaviors and activities with the aim of matching them up with a broader principle of sustainability and economically, socially, and environmentally responsible. Tvet institutions or VET institutions, as they are focused much on bringing skills to the young communities. Active members of the green economy, resulting in increased human well-being, social justice, while reduce environmental risks and ecological scarcity. Sorry, my screen is not moving. My gadget is frozen. Can I be allowed to change into another one? Vocational education and training institution possesses great potential to foster green skills to help their countries transition to a more sustainable development. Government and private sector must take advantage of these institutions to develop green skills for their countries, but relevant to the globe. Building capacity of young communities for green skills for the renewable energy technologies is just an example. This one is frozen again. I don't know. Am I being sabotaged on my gadgets? No, they're just freezing. They're not. Okay, let me try and see if I can. Okay. Developing pathways for young ones for employability and self-employment through entrepreneurship hubs that focuses on green skills. This is just also another example to say we can take the issues of green skills from the normal way of doing it. We move it now into innovation entrepreneurship hubs that focuses on green skills. Here we are talking about organic farming, setting up plant-based homes, using bicycles for transport. It's just an example. When we look at these green skills, the society is going to benefit, which means there's benefit for the society. The living standards of the society can get better if the National Green Growth Plan can be implemented, particularly in relation to water and air pollution, and obvious through vocational and training education. It will also benefit employees and students. The incorporation of green skills in all training courses would improve graduates' employment opportunities. Benefits for the industry. Greening skills in vocational education and training will help strengthen the economy as workers will be training in operations of these skills and job certification will increase. There's also a benefit for the vocational education and training institution itself, where we talk about cultural greening. Institutions of vocational education and training will be fortunate themselves to enjoy the greening process. Greening can be quality feature of the institution itself. A Tvet institution can reorientate itself to provide the greening skills, and I think that will be the bigger benefit. When we talk about green economic skills, we are looking at vocational education and training, which means we'll be focusing on educational programs and campaigns imparting green skills. When we talk about operations, we'll be relating to inclusion of green economy in policies, also infrastructure, and general operations. Because once a Tvet college reorientates itself into providing these green skills, it has to be seen in their documents where you'll find policies talking to that. We know in other places you'll see infrastructures, like if you want to talk about food security, you'll see greenhouses, you'll see those entrepreneurship hubs talking to that. It also comes in through special programs, where you'll find that non-traditional development projects to develop skills, innovation, and partnership on the line of green skills. Just the last one. The green skills economy, when we look at ecology and climate change, socioeconomics, energy, and other, we talk about vocational education and training, and we'll be looking at training intensive farming. As I've already spoken about issues of greenhouses. Campaigns that talks to green skills and sustainability, water waste and waste to energy innovations, we'll actually see that. And then we'll also see the electrical programs that talks about the green energy. We'll also talk about, the data management and IT programs, and obvious that talks about, I think earlier on when you refer to my definition, you'll realize that all those ones actually do fit in. In terms of the operations, we'll see the solar power installations. I've already spoken to greenhouses in terms of nets for farms and water loss, and that will be able to be managed. Waste management and recycling, those are green skills that we are actually talking about. I'm not going to actually read a lot, and I spoke about that. We can also have special programs when we talk about green skills. The technology transfer, your entrepreneurship development, workshops, equipment, will be talking tools for support of innovation, but only those that are related to green skills. Colleagues, with those few words, allow me to invite the colleagues that will be telling us more in relation to what I've just said. That was just an overview to say, when we talk about green skills, what are we talking about? I think on my list, I've got Ms. Bowie, who's actually coming from the same college that I'm in. She's a deputy principal academic there. We also have Dr. Lu Ifong, I believe she's here. Can you join us on stage as you prepare to present? We will also have I think Ms. Marayova also who will actually join us in presenting. I'm not sure if she is actually in physically or online, and we'll also have the other 2 countries that will be joining us. So I'll just request that as Ms. Boy has arrived, she prepares herself. I believe the presentation has to be, I'm going to give you only 5 minutes, and please answer my question. What role can green skills play in vocational education and training? And if you have prepared other things, we'll be gladly to have them in your presentation, but only focus on those that will be answering my question. Over to you, Ms. Boy.
Thank you very much, Program Director or Session Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and Brics members. It is really a pleasure and privilege to me to be given an opportunity to represent South Africa in this prestigious event. I am going to go straight to, as an introduction, I would like to indicate that South Africa, like other countries in the world, is vulnerable to climate change effects. And therefore, like what researchers have actually indicated, is that such effects affect many aspects of human existence, as it may result in floods, droughts, and environmental degradation. So the implication of this is that education and training should become key in developing the much needed green skills to support economies. And at the core of this green skills development is the vocational education and training. Now, what role can green skills play in vocational education and training? Green skills are vital for ecological sustainability and climate change mitigation and adaptation. And these green skills are renewable energy technologies, sustainable agriculture practices, waste management, conservation, and environmental impact assessment. And by equipping students in these areas, Tvet colleges will contribute to building a workforce that is knowledgeable and skilled in addressing ecological challenges and climate change impacts. And green skills contribute to building to socio-economic development by creating new employment opportunities and promoting sustainable business practices. And Tvet colleges should then offer training in green entrepreneurship, sustainable business management, and eco-innovation, enabling students to develop skills needed for green job creation and economic growth. Renewable energy training programs, including courses, for example, on solar panel installation, wind turbine maintenance, and energy efficiency practices are also important. So by training students in green energy technologies, Tvet colleges will be supporting the country's transition towards a low carbon economy and help address energy challenges such as energy poverty and climate change mitigation. And now Tvet colleges are really to incorporate Brics studies into the curriculum, focusing on the green initiatives and sustainable development strategies. And by providing an understanding of the green practices and policies adopted by these countries, Tvet colleges will be preparing students for global challenges and opportunities related to sustainable development, clean technologies, and green job markets. Water resource management, water treatment technologies, and pollution control also are green skills that are very important. And by training students in these areas, Tvet colleges will be contributing to improving water quality, addressing water scarcity, and ensuring sustainable water management practices. And again, by equipping students with green skills in agriculture and food production, which are sustainable agriculture practices, for example, hydroponics, agroecology, and food processing technologies, the Tvet colleges will be promoting sustainable farming practices, enhancing food security, and reducing the environmental impact of the agricultural sector. Now, in South Africa, looking at the South African context, early in May 2013, the greening of colleges was launched. And this was, I think the 7 colleges did that as a pilot at first. And there's integration of green issues into training programs, college policies and plans. And the model here is green campus, green curriculum, green research, green community, and also green culture. There have been efforts also to integrate green skills in the Tvet curriculum. For example, a renewable energy technology program was introduced in the National Certificate Vocational Qualification, where students learn about energy efficiency, alternative energy sources, and sustainable practices in the energy sector. And there are also skills programs, even short skills, that deal with environmental management, water and wastewater treatment, sustainable agriculture, green building and construction, and water and waste management and recycling. Most importantly, collaboration with industry and stakeholders are very important. Tvet colleges should establish strong partnerships with industry stakeholders, government agencies, and environmental organizations. And these collaborative efforts will surely ensure that green skills training aligns with industry needs and evolving technologies. And engaging employers in the design of curricula, internships, and apprenticeships ensures that learners acquire the practical skills required by the job market. In conclusion, the role of green skills in Tvet colleges in South Africa is vital for fostering sustainable development and building a green economy. By integrating green skills into curriculum, Tvet colleges contribute to the achievement of sustainable development goals, promoting environmental stewardship, addressing skills gaps, enhancing employability, encouraging innovation, and forging collaborations with industry and stakeholders. There is, however, a great need to research on green skills to develop academic qualifications that will bring solutions to the country's environmental crisis. And these efforts will pave the way for a sustainable future where individuals possess the skills needed to tackle environmental challenges and contribute to a greener South Africa. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boy. There's no need for me to say anything, but when you are dealing with things, you know how to say them, because you do that every day, and she do that well. Most of the things that she was saying, it's what she does. Allow me, colleagues, to invite our Brazil representative, and let me check if our representative is online and ready to present. There's no name indicated. I'll just request that if the speaker is online, you just actually proceed with us. Hello, Brazil, are you here?
Hello.
Hello. You can proceed. Thank you. Yes, we can hear you, sir. You can proceed.
Yes. Just a second, please.
We can't hear you anymore. No, is there something wrong, or it's on their side?
Okay, can you see? It's my presentation now. Okay, hello colleagues, my name is Leonardo. Unfortunately, our colleague Rogério Atten, who would be responsible for this presentation, had to leave and I will replace him now. So the theme is what role can green schools play in vocational education and training? So that in presentation, Rogério has the actual position Technological Innovation Director, Innovation Hub since 2021, full professor at Fluminense Federal Institute since 1996. Has academic education, doctor and master in production engineer, bachelor in informatics. Has a professional experience researching in the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development. Startup mentor, working with open innovation since 2022. So, talking about sustainability, the triple bottom line, TBL, or the three legislative stool, environmental, social, economic. So the triple bottom is based on these three bases: environmental, social, and economic. What are green skills? After hard skills, technical skills, and soft skills, behavioral qualities. Green skills have been gained prominence in selection process. Moving towards a low carbon economy is requiring the creation of millions of green jobs, which are carried out by people with the knowledge and concern about sustainability. As the name suggests, green skills are the skills necessary to carry out work in a sustainable form. Green skill areas: renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, waste management and recycling, green building and construction. Green skills in TVET are strong drive for moving. So have horizontally through different streams of knowledge, vertically through different levels of training, up and down. So has some initiatives in Brazil. The Federal Institute Fluminense Innovation Hub. We have horizontal integration, has aerospace, automation, architecture and construction, chemistry, computing, electric and electronics, environmental, mechanics, telecommunications. And vertical integration, vocational, graduation, post-graduation. We have a collective work environment, collaborative and interactive working environments, no physical or knowledge walls, obvious exception to hard wires. As a countryside, green area for experimenting and experience. So Brazil and our innovation hub is recognized by UNIVOC as a promising practice, sustainability and innovation for TVET in 2019. Recognized by Economic Commission for Latin American and the Caribbean, best case, science and education, big push for sustainability in Brazil, best case, science and education, big push for sustainability and jobs during the pandemic in Brazil 2021. Thank you very much. This is the presentation from Rogério Atten that could be leave from this presentation, as I told in the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll invite the speaker from Russia, Anna Mariova. If you are online, can you say hello and proceed?
Well, there is a mistake in the program. This presentation is, I'm going to present this priority one, and Anna Muravyova will do it the next, if you don't mind. I want to share the screen, but I can't.
CEO, she says she wants to share the screen.
Can you help me just to allow? Well, it is written that somebody else uses this sharing screen. Can the technicians help me? Okay, good. My name is Olga Leinikova. I already introduced myself. I'm the director of the Center for Tvet Studies and also the director of UNESCO UNIVOC Center in Russia. So the topic of green skills is on the agenda in Russia for many years, and it is as important as for any other countries, including those which are represented here. The overall context which we take in mind speaking about this topic is that the need for green skills and competencies started very early. We had the first signals from our government in 1996. There was a concept of transition for sustainable development was adopted, and that document gave us the real outlines and streamlines just of what has to be changed in the economy, in education as well. And after that, a lot of new documents were followed up on a very high level. We also had clear signals from enterprises and companies, because practically all of them are involved in ECG transformation. The majority of the companies in Russian Federation are involved in green projects to develop ecologically safe products, about 31%, implement the circular economy model, about 28%, and introduce energy efficiency model, which is really needed for the contemporary economy in our country. We also have to mention that there is a fact that occupations relating to environmental and sustainable development are increased. And the demand of such occupations are increased because the companies began to use it. And the companies began to interested more and more in greening economy. As for the greening Tvet, we also have to mention that we have a lot of documents already adopted on the national level, which deal with the strategic goals of the Russian development as a sustainable development and the economy on the new approaches concerning the greening economy. So several documents were produced for education as well. Overall, the transition to the green economy impacts the modernization of public consciousness and promotion of green skills. Education institutions are involved in reducing the carbon footprint from their activities. 55% of them are involved in enhancement of teaching and learning quality in the area of climate change. 60% are contemplating or have started teaching green technologies and using green skills in their operation. Green skills schools and colleges emerge that addresses waste management, rational use of water, energy saving. We have to mention that Tvet integrates such elements as green campus, green Tvet college, green curriculum, green community. All these elements are implemented in Tvet in Russia. New green occupations of training emerge. New curricula are introduced based on improving their educational standards. Acting curricula are modernized and also by introducing new subjects. A new key competence has been included in the federal Tvet standards to contribute to preservation of the environment, to energy saving, to apply knowledge about the climate change in practice, and so on. So green skills are always on the agenda on any educational level, and we have to just tell that they are formed by means of traditional disciplines, as they are, students' project activities relating to environmental protection and to creation of ecologically safe products. Enhancement of students' practical training periods, and also competitions, fairs, quests, and so on. If we speak about the future, what has to make the development of green skills more sustainable? We have to speak about fostering teachers' green skills. Sometimes this is a huge problem. Theoretical research in the field of ecological education to back up practical steps. Enhanced green component in the federal Tvet standards, effective ways of fostering green culture, and stronger role of Tvet in the greening skills of the employed population. So in conclusion, I have to say that greening Tvet plays a great role among all levels of education in Russia, as Tvet is more practical oriented, it is more applied, and is more connections with enterprises and economy than any other levels of education. So we take it very seriously and are going to work in this field just in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I will invite the presenter from India. India, can you proceed?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is the third time I am appearing on the screen. Two more are left out. So let us focus on green skills, how they can play a role in our vocational education training system. So in this regard, I would like to say that India is one of the first country in Asia Pacific to collaborate with ILO on the Green Job Initiative. So this was the beginning, and afterwards it had happened in 2007, and based on the definition of ILO on Green Job Initiatives, a task force has been created, and at the first instance, a specific sector skill council exclusively for green jobs have been set up in the country. Afterwards, we thought of picking up professionals called green skilled professionals, who are the individuals with the knowledge and skills to develop and implement sustainable technologies and practices in the industries. And these green skilled professionals really have the expertise in renewable energy, waste management, and sustainable agriculture, apart from other domains. Apart from this, our country has got very ambitious green goals. In accordance with this, our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, announced in the year November 2021 that the country should aim to reach net zero emission by 2070. So by the year 2070, we should be in a position to reach net zero emission. Similarly, in tune with this, by the year 2030, we are planning to have the capacity to generate electric power from non-fossil fuels to bring down to at least 50%. So this is the motivation for our country and working on this model. And we may appreciate that not only this type of task force councils have been set up, through Skill India mission, where in morning I was telling a separate ministry has been created for this, under which a specific sector skill council on green jobs have been created, and through this council, lot of courses are being introduced through these TVTs, or we call it as industrial training institutions. And if you permit 1 minute, the screen shall be shared, and if already screen is not that this thing stop share can be done, and we will try to share that screen for a moment, please. Not share. This is our government's skill council for green jobs, under which there are 3 different key sectors like renewable energy, under which solar PV and solar thermal courses are being run, wind energy, hydro energy, and storage of energy methods, biomass, clean cook stoves, biofuels, all these are being covered. And the relevant courses also may populate. Later we may share with the concerned experts also if they are in need. Around hundreds of courses have been designed covering the various arenas. Similarly, there is an area, environment, forest and climate change, under which we are going ahead with solid waste management, water management, e-waste management and carbon sinks. And the third key important sector that is being covered is sustainable development, which is very much required on today's condition. It is in regard to green construction, green transportation, pollution prevention and control, green hydrogen and energy storage. So what I emphasize here is that we are not thinking anything in future what we may do. I am telling about what is being done on today in our country, so that if you feel some best practices out of which can be shared by our other BRIC nations. And apart from this, there is a separate agency called as National Green Tribunal. I am just deviating from our training system. Apart from the training system, where I was mentioning so many courses are being done, there is an agency called as National Green Tribunal, NGT. So this is the initiative under Green Initiative, and it is nothing but a specialized court which deals with all the environmental disputes. So this is one of the main controlling agency wherein anybody in our country violates the environmental things, they shall be booked under this. So there is a separate agency for this. And apart from this, mainly to focus on the use of solar energy, there is a national solar mission has been done. And similarly, to take care of other arenas, there is a green skill development program wherein waste management, biodiversity conservation and sustainable tourism and among other things are also being taken care of. And the main focus of introducing these green skills is what I have told in the morning. It is in line with the national education policy, wherein we are integrating the general education with the vocational education. In the general education, from 6th grade onwards, we shall be imparting vocational education, and we are making sure that in our curriculums, like how we incorporate soft skills, communication skills, similarly, soft skills is also one of the main important topic in our curriculum. And this, as per NEP, not only in all other existing curriculums also, complete emphasis is being given on this green skills. And because of this green skills, and our main theme morning it was regarding reduction in the poverty. So when you do all these things, we are coming across that we will be in need of at least some 10 million people who can be employed under this green job sector. So automatically, even I am thinking such a wonderful topics are being taken by this President Forum. We are really thankful, and all things are getting coordinated. Green skills, it is for the cleaner air, not only cleaner air. You are telling about the poverty elevation, that is also overcome.
Sorry, there's an interruption from somewhere else, but I'll also like to ask you to wrap up. There's an interruption. I'm not sure what's happening, IT. Is it fine? Okay, thank you. You can proceed, but please wrap up.
人太少了，然后背景太大了，这是开，然后从一开始。
I think the noise is coming from your side. You can proceed. Okay, thank you very much. Let me invite the speaker from China, Dr. Lu Yifeng, which is actually with us physically. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. It's my great pleasure to be here to exchange some information and ideas about the green skills development. So actually, I think just now I'm as a final speaker about green skills. I'm so happy that all of these representatives almost reach the same, have the same understanding about the significance of green skills development, and also the way, how, or roadmap, how about the future. So if we mention about the green skills, we always have to think about what's the reason, why. So according to a UNESCO very important report, which is Reimagine Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education, which published in year 2021. Inside this report, which is mentioned that now our human beings, our activities already exceeding planetary boundaries. So it mentioned that since the year 1950, human water usage has doubled. Food production and consumption has increased 2.5 times, and the wood consumption has tripled. It's estimated that by 2050, demand for food will rise by another 35% demand, for water by 20 to 30%, and demand for energy by 50%. So the current ecological footprint of human beings required 1.6 planet Earth to support and absorb our wastes. Then it means that at the moment, if we keep the current situation of our lifestyle or production way, so only one Earth is not enough for us. So UNESCO mentioned that now our planet is in peril. Human activities have precipitated climate shifts that have to cost up to half of the tropical coral reefs on the planet to die, 10 trillion tons of ice to melt, and the ocean to grow dramatically more acid. Pollution has quickly become the largest environmental causes of disease and death. It's estimated that to be responsible for 9 million premature deaths per year, far more than AIDS, malaria, TB, and warfare combined. So this is the reason why every one of us talk about green skills. But one very important content, we had to think about it. What does it mean of green skills? I'm so happy tonight. Many of us already mentioned green jobs. Yeah, had to cooperate with industries and enterprises. Yeah, yes, of course. Green skills have two kinds, according to our research. First is about specialized skills, which mean any knowledge, value, and attitude must be mastered to engage in green jobs. So you want to work in the field of solar energy, want to work in the new fields of new energy cars, etc. So you need to master this kind of knowledge. These belong to specialized skills just for green jobs. But another very important type of green skills, we call it universal or general skills, which is even more important. These universal green skills, it means any knowledge, value, and attitude that could reduce resource usage, improving efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emission, etc. All these things belong to universal or general skills. It means that any programs, it doesn't, including green programs or or traditional programs, we need to green these programs by introduce of universal green skills. Okay, so what role can green skills play in Tvet? Of course, but this is a very crucial topic. I'm so happy now this time choose green skills as one of the priorities. Every one of us just mentioned we need to green our curriculum, green our teaching and learning, make our teachers become a green teacher. We could introduce the green components into our teachers' training standards or contents, etc. And also need to green our campus to form a green culture. All these should be one of the innovative way to introduce the concept of green skills, green concept into our Tvet, whole Tvet, to make our Tvet become a green Tvet. Okay, so this, if we think about this role we could play at institutional level, but for the future, but the final destination, we could say, through introduce of green skills development, we need to contribute to the fulfill of the green world. I mean, green economy, green environment, and the green community. So because this is so important, UNESCO issued a new strategy called UNESCO Strategy 2022 to 2029, Tvet new strategies, transform technical and vocational education and training for successful and just transitions. In this strategy, it means develop greens for the individuals, for economy, and for the whole society. Many of the contents related to green economy, so which ask us to need to develop green skills. But how? Just now I mentioned two types of green skills. The types, general green skills and specialized green skills. So here, I just want to mention one of our research outcomes, which I led since year 2014, which is a APEC project. We call it Systematic Design of Green Skills Development in Tvet. We already published this report, which you could find the whole document in APEC website. But here, I just want to mention two important issues. When we develop the green skills, so we not only just think about the environment. Environment is a start point, but from the Tvet point of view, it's not enough. We also need to think about the economy. How to increase the efficiency, how to introduce the new technology, renew our curriculum to improve the efficiency, how to reduce the cost. This is another way of green skills development concept. And also society. For the society, we not only just ourselves have these kind of behaviors, green skills, we also have to make some other people have this ability and this concept. So economy, environment, and society, these three elements, we need to think about it. So this is why we call it, we need to develop green skills systematically, not only just the environment. So from the Tvet point of view, how to put it into practice, we need to develop green skills into operation, technology, and administrative. So, okay, finally, we already developed 12 basic elements of green skills. So these 12 consider about economy, environment, and society. So we already introduced these general contents of green skills into our curriculum to revise our curriculum. Just to share this information with all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can do better than that. They've done well. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. That was the last speaker. I'm going to invite questions from the floor, but colleagues, allow me due to time constraint. I'm going to take 2 questions from the floor and allow 1 question from the virtual platform. I'm not sure if my colleagues, they're ready. Just raise your hand where you are. And I'll suggest that we go straight to questions and we can just limit comments, but let's just go straight to questions. Anybody with a hand? I'll be glad. Thank you very much. Let me cut it short. I'm not seeing a hand. On the platform, do we have a hand? Do we have someone who wants to ask something on the virtual platform? You can just proceed and ask a question. Okay, I'm told on the platform there's no hand, but there's one that is emerging, and I'm only going to allow just one. Mr. Gaza.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for all the people who presented. It was really brilliant and enlightening. I just want to maybe what was emerging from all the discussions here maybe was not articulated was the green skills, the green economy, but maybe we may need to relate this one also with the question of inequality and the question also of what model, economic model, really can enhance if we're going to talk of a world in the future that can be not only sustainable but also equitable system. And I think here the model that we had in the last century was a consumption-driven economy. And I think we need to integrate this one. It's very, very important if we're going to see the future sustainable and green. And we also need to see that the model that we had in the past and still dominant model in the world is a consumption-driven model, and that model needs to be questioned if we're going to arrive at the point where we're saying here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take that as an input to all the countries. the question was posed in terms of this was not catered for, in terms of what economic model, looking at previously we used the consumption model. Thank you for that. Colleagues, I think it was said several by all the speakers. If you listen to them, they all talk about the same green skills. They mention the same thing, green community, green curriculum. When we talk about the Tvet institutions, they talk about, the reduction of waste, sustainable. They talk about the same things. I don't have to repeat what they said because presentations will be available. And I'll just say thank you very much, SACPO leadership, for giving us the opportunity. While standing here, I'm also further asked to invite the next speaker, not according to the program, but according to the program of the last night. And I'm going to invite the president of Tvet CGC, Mr. Kanyile. I'm not sure if he's here. They are saying he's actually not available. DP, I'm not sure if you are here, if she can actually approach the stage as she normally hand over the gifts, but we just want to take this opportunity and thank you very much on behalf of me and my presenters.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I was instructed by the President and the DPT and SG and DSG to come and be the one who will be distributing the gifts. Just to say thank you for those presenters that are on the stage. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think now, colleagues, we are going to take a lunch break. It's now 25 minutes past 1. And, okay, no, SG, you want to say something? Over to you, SG.
Thanks, TG, for the handing over of gifts. Colleagues, we missed the first group that presented this morning, and we want to acknowledge them as well. I am going to call Ms. Tsiboho. Is she in the house? Is she here? Oh, yes. To please come to the front. I'm going to call Mr. Mahlangu. Francis, yeah, when I speak, you must listen. Mr. Mahlangu, to come to the fore as well. I'm then also going to call Mr. Chongwa to also come to the stage so that I can receive those gifts. The gifts will then be handed over by Mr. Mabe from Hertzibande Tvet College. And as soon as we have finished with the presentation of the gifts, we will then disperse for lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are now going to go for lunch. My time is 1:25, and we are rushing for time. The next session will be starting at, should have started at 1. We are running really 25 minutes. Can we make it for 2? Would 2 do? I would really request that we don't socialize, we go straight to the serving stations, we have our meal, and immediately come back so that we try and catch up with the time. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch. Can we just check Umamungesi? Is she in the house? I know she was sitting here. Or she went out. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are going to start the session that is going to be chaired by Umamu Ngesi, who is the CEO of the ETDP SITA. I am not going to, in jealousy of time, going to go through her profile. She has it in the pack, and you are at liberty to peruse and go through it as you please. Can we give her a round of applause as she's coming to the stage to chair this next session for us?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me greet everyone this afternoon. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to mention each and everyone, but to our esteemed guests from other countries, once more we greet you, and everyone else in our country, protocol observed. Without wasting much time, colleagues, I have been asked first to allow our Chinese friends to come forward. There is some kind of activity that is very short. They would like to perform. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam the Program Director. And thank you, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. And I'll take just 5 minutes to introduce the 12 Chinese colleges that are presenting here. And why do I do this? Because a lot of African colleagues are asking us, how can we cooperate and what can we do together? So let me introduce them, and I'll give you three specialties or 3 majors that our Chinese colleagues want to work with you, in particular from each college. First of all, from Henan College of Transportation, they are specialized in automobile testing and maintenance, civil engineering and logistics. May I ask Mr. Liu Zhiwei to present? Liu Shuji. He is from Henan College of Transportation. And then Shandong Vocational Animal Science and Vet College. They are specialized in animal husbandry, vet health, and food production and industry. May I invite Mr. Li Xuetai? Yeah. All right. And next, Zhengzhou Railway Vocational and Technical College. They are specialized in a lot of specialties related to railway maintenance and service. May I invite Madam Ma Yuxia? Okay, next from Jilin Communications Polytechnic. They are specialized in vehicle testing and maintenance, bridge and highway building, and civil engineering. May I invite Mr. Bie Huishan? Okay. All right, next one, Shanxi Institute of Technology. They are specialized in mechanical engineering, automation, and AI. May I invite Mr. Yang Cong? All right, next, Nanjing Vocational University of Industry Technology. They're specialized in mechanical engineering, computer science and software, cross-border electronic commerce. May I invite Madam Su Xiaodong, who already gave us a presentation in the morning. Okay, next, from Tianjin Vocational Institute. They're specialized in mechanical engineering, telecommunication and information technology, and tourism. May I invite Mr. Li Shuling? Okay, next, Liaoning Railway Vocational and Technical College. They are specialized in railway technology and equipment related to railway. May I invite Ms. Dong Yanan? Okay. Next, Guiyang Vocational and Technical College. They are specialized in railway technology, digital economy, tourism, and hospitality. May I invite Ms. Dai Qiong and Ms. Wu Yan from the college? Okay. Next, Chengde Petroleum College. They're specialized in petrochemical technology, vehicle maintenance and testing, hotel management, and digital operation. May I invite Mr. Wu Argang? Okay, then from Shenzhen Institute of Information, they are specialized in ICT, intellectual manufacturing, railway transportation, and intellectual architecture. May I invite Mr. Xiang Huiqiang and Mr. Wang Xiruo? Last but not least, from Ningbo Polytechnic, They're specialized in electronic information technology, cross-border e-commerce, and tourism. May I invite two beautiful girls, Ms. Zhu Yuying and Ms. Wang Yingting. All right, that's it, and we'll welcome free communications and dialogue between our South African colleagues and Chinese colleagues in between the meeting sessions. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our country, China, at its best, or at her best, in ensuring that they communicate, they invite more of us to collaborate in that regard. And just before I start, I just wanted to indicate that a TDP sitter together with the Tvet colleges, we have taken 41 of the Tvet college students with N6 to study at 4 different universities in China, and one of them is Nanjing. That's part of entrepreneurship development. I just hope the presentation is going to be flighted. What I will do, colleagues, I've tried to cut it very short so that our panel is in a position to come forward and give us those. It will be good that they do so. Under the theme, skilling for growth, development, and poverty reduction through vocational education and training, I will just give a brief introduction because, honestly speaking, my role is to facilitate the debate around skilling for growth, development, and poverty reduction through vocational education and training under the priority, how can the fostering of entrepreneurship skills in a Tvet develop youth employment? How can we use entrepreneurial skills to ensure that our young people are developed? I'm just going to give introductory kind of remarks. Firstly, let me talk to the South African context and confine myself to the Tvet system. It will be just brief to give you the synopsis, and I think more information can be available on request. As we all know that we have 50 public Tvet colleges with about 250 campuses throughout the country. We also have private FET institutions, further education and training, which are also offering technical vocational education and training. The public and private technical and vocational training institutions report to the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. In addition to that, we are also having technical high schools, which are under the Ministry of Basic Education. I am trying to show you the challenges that we face, the diversity in our context. 2 ministries, technical vocational education and training, offered in the basic education, and also offered in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. With that, we have 2 quality assurance bodies. Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, QCTO. South Africa is notorious on abbreviations and acronyms. We will provide further. And Umalusi for the technical high schools. When we looked into the statistics of the Education Training, Sector Education and Training Authority, ETDP-SETA, because we are responsible for ensuring that we compile the sector skills plan and the profiles of each and every employer in the education and training sector. Close to 600,000 enrollments at public Tvet colleges were recorded in 2021. That number should have increased by now, as the Ministry of Science and Technology, Higher Education and Training is looking at about 1 million enrollments at Tvet colleges. There are varying teaching and learning programs, and there are challenging and inadequate infrastructures as we talk entrepreneurial development. This is the problem statement that I would want to put in, so that when we discuss the topic, we align ourselves to the contextual challenges that we face in the country and learn from other countries. That was the context on the Tvet system. The context: South Africa, generally youth unemployment and graduates unemployment. It is said to indicate that we have a high rate of unemployed graduates and graduates that are unemployable. Two things: unemployed graduates and graduates that are unemployable. Among this number of high rate of unemployment, which is recorded officially, 32.9%, that is the official unemployment rate, 32.9% as of 16th of May 2023. Within this number, our young people between the ages 15 and 34 remain vulnerable and constitute 62.1% of the unemployment rate, which then says, out of this 32.9%, 62.1% of it are the young people between the ages 15 and 34. And that group consists of what we call not in employment, not in education, not in training. The graduate unemployment rate, initially I spoke about just general unemployment. Within the number, the graduate unemployment rate is sitting at 10.6%. These are the people that are having degrees. And when we grew up, we were told that go to school, get a degree, the job is guaranteed. That is no longer the case. Among the Tvet graduates, N6, to a larger extent, from that 10.6 is about 33%. And it gets worse for those that have gotten the NCV, the National Vocational Certificate. We need solutions. What are the main causes of unemployment, and why should we foster entrepreneurial development in this country? Inadequate education, training, and skills development. Inadequate education. The curriculum that is not addressing the future skills of the world of work. Limited entrepreneurship, going through the subject matter, which is not providing the desired and the requisite skills to be self-actualizing. Mismatched labor supply and development. And demand, it should have been demand. When we have done the research, as all sitters are doing the research in their respective sectors, we have found that the supply for the skills exceeds the demand for skills. Hence, you get many unemployable at this point in time. The lasting impact of the disasters, and there have been many disasters that we have encountered, including COVID-19. A lot of small businesses have gone to be buried, if I can put it that way, because they couldn't survive. Lack of employment opportunities and employer options to choose non-unionized workforce of foreign nationals. And those are in the majority, especially in the tourism, hospitality sector, and cheap labor, I should add. Financial policies that are very stringent, high inflation rates, making it difficult for small businesses to thrive. What then is key to entrepreneurial skills development for employability? There is a long list that I have here, but the challenge of financial assistance is crucial for entrepreneurs seeking to start and grow a business. The curriculum is not addressing entrepreneurial kind of skills. And the kind of the curriculum that we're having needs to be decolonized. The curriculum must focus on the demand for skills in our institutions. And therefore, Tvet colleges can empower young people on fundraising skills so that they don't rely solely on getting to be employed, but self-employment is critical. Colleges, therefore, to sustain the legacy and the future of our young people is to making sure that young people venture into entrepreneurship programs after training, rather than after graduating, they fold their arms and do nothing. And therefore, as we gather here today, looking at growth and development, especially for the young people, how can then we foster entrepreneurial development, education and skills geared towards entrepreneurial development within the Tvet system in order to improve employment and employability, thus reducing unemployment, poverty, and inequalities in our country. Let me therefore get from the experts what are their views on this matter. We have to deal with poverty, deal with unemployment, deal with inequalities, especially for the future of the coming generation. I will call upon all our speakers to come in front to give us their perspectives from the different countries. It will be good if all of them can come forward, those that are on a physical platform, so that we can be able to quickly dispense with matter. Thank you. Can I get your book so that I can read? Thank you. How can the fostering of entrepreneurship skills in Tvet develop youth employment? Let us get Ms. Matthews, Deputy Principal, False Bay Tvet College. Over to you, ma'am.
I'm very short. And my laptop just gave in on me, but I'm using my other device, my phone. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Charlene Matthews, Deputy Principal for Academic Services from False Bay Tvet College in the Western Cape. I hope you can see my presentation on the screen. So, youth unemployment in our country is a big, big challenge. During the first quarter of 2023, there was a 1.1% increase in youth unemployment, which took the unemployment rate of youth to 46.5%. And this amounted to 4.9 million young people being unemployed. During the same period, almost 250,000 young people lost their jobs. There are three things that we already know. Entrepreneurship is a critical driver of growth in South Africa. Our economies are not supporting enough wage employment, and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and worsened inequality. Although entrepreneurship has the potential to deliver economic growth, entrepreneurs also require supportive ecosystems to fully capitalize to their value. Therefore, our Tvet colleges have an opportunity to enhance their contribution to local population as well as the world of work. So the question is, how can entrepreneurship education in Tvet colleges develop and grow youth employment in our country? By equipping young individuals with necessary entrepreneurial competency, it enables them to create their own ventures, contribute to job creation, and to drive economic growth. It becomes thus important to integrate and infuse entrepreneurship education into the formal Tvet curricula. The role that Tvet colleges can play in fostering entrepreneurship skills is being illustrated by what has already been implemented at some of our Tvet colleges. Entrepreneurship education was introduced to complement academic programs. Early introduction of entrepreneurship into academic programs set the foundation to stimulate entrepreneurial thinking. Therefore, colleges must design a model to foster youth entrepreneurship, as well as their role that they play within that module. And I've done a bit of research and I looked at what is the entrepreneurship needs. And when a college designed the module, you've got to look at the needs that the youth have. And that is access to the market information, skills development, motivation and attitude towards entrepreneurship, coaching and mentoring, technical assistance, as well as policies. The next slide, I'm not sure if they're projecting the slides. Not at all. Anyhow, shall I continue? The next slide is the role that Tvet colleges must place in such a module. So in your module, you have an entrepreneurship needs module. And what is the role that the Tvet must play within that module? And the role that we must play is to deliver, to coordinate, and to advise on the entrepreneurship needs because they are young students. So I just want to basically, with the next slide, give you an overview of an entrepreneurial module that some of our Tvet colleges are using. Unfortunately, it's not projecting, but I'll read through it for you to understand. So this model consists of 4 legs. And the first leg, which is focusing on the digital technology, the innovative skills, as well as solution. But in essence, you can call it your infrastructure. So this is where a college should then look at the infrastructure when they want to start or implement a center of entrepreneurship. And this center would have different factories. And these factories will be based on, or these factories are factories like engineering, welding, metal finish, or anything that a college wants to actually use in their center of entrepreneurship. In other words, if a student, for example, don't have their own workshop and they can use the factories at the colleges or at the campus, to manufacture their own products and to sell their own products. They can also make use of the center's boardrooms and meeting rooms to meet their clients. They can book a space for themselves or the employee. In those Center of Entrepreneurships is also a maker space, which include like a 3D printer and scanners, and that allow students to design or prototype their products. Within the center is also a technical hub where students, as well as external community entrepreneurs, can have access if they want to use programs or do programming, coding, or web design. So that's an opportunity that they can use. So if the person can go to the next slide, that will explain the module, yes. So the next block would be the business development support and services that's given to the students. So at these Tvet colleges, they offer coaching and mentoring services to the young entrepreneurs. They also have an ecosystem that consists of different partners. For example, if you have a student that you have taken through the process, they don't understand how to maybe register their company with their taxes, the unit will get SARS in to educate them. And then there's also learning programs that the unit offer that can be in person as well as online. The third block, or the third leg of the module, is the entrepreneurship incubation. And here is where the colleges are offering them entrepreneurial competitions among the different campuses. They also offer entrepreneurship booster programs that runs over a period of 12 months or 24 months. These programs are stage-gated programs. In other words, they start at stage 1 and they end at stage 5 or exit level. And these programs also have a huge corporate support, which focus on supplier development. And then in the last block, which is the academic learning development programs or non-credit bearing programs. Here the colleges have designed non-credit bearing programs that can be offered over a period of 3 months or 6 months, which relates to entrepreneurship. These programs complement the academic programs. They are also available to our students, and it can be linked to a campus timetable. And these programs are also available for external youth from the community as well. Well, the next slide is just a photo to actually show the audience what these factories look like. And there we go. So that is the factory. There you can see the infrastructure, the workshops, mini factories, a maker space, a technical hub, etc. And the next photo will show you where the student can have a meeting place, a boardroom, and an auditorium. And the next one is just the exhibitions and competitions that's been held across campuses. Tvet colleges are therefore positioned to play a significant role in assisting our students. However, before we can actually start implementing such a module, we must also create an enabling environment. And here's where colleges must or can establish a center of entrepreneurship with a dedicated unit. CEDA, the Small Entrepreneur or Enterprise Development Agency, is currently funding some of our Tvet colleges in South Africa. The Center of Entrepreneur derives their funding from public as well as private sources. Entrepreneurship must be a strategic imperative of a college with set annual deliverables. Appointment of an advisory committee mandated by the council to provide oversight and governance in all aspects related to student entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurial programs, offerings and services must be a complementary value-added program to the academic programs. It is therefore important that entrepreneurship education is supported by the government and is embedded in policy. Partnership and funding are also important enablers. And the benefit that you will reap from having such a center, because it transitions a student into a work-ready employee. Young people can create their own economic opportunities. There is job creation. New jobs can be created through startups and small businesses. An entrepreneurial mindset can also be instilled within existing enterprises. Entrepreneurship education fosters innovation and creativity among our young people, which enable them to identify themselves and take up opportunities in various sectors. It also increases resilience and adaptability, which in turn reduce a person's vulnerability to unemployment. And therefore, to end off in conclusion, Tvet colleges are positioned to be a significant role player in contributing to youth employment. Our mandate is to produce mid-level skills. If our graduates are equipped with entrepreneurial skills, they will become more marketable and more employable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those recommendations. Now let me ask the Brazil representative. I do not have the name and the surname here. Brazil rep, will that be virtual? Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, over to you. Thank you very much.
I'm alive. I can share my screen. Well, again, the students have to leave even today, so they will present and perform his place. Well, I would like to present some questions.
Excuse me, our technical team, can you assist? We can't hear Brazil. Thank you. To our presenter from Brazil, please fix your mic. We can't hear you properly. Please, sir.
Okay, how is the sound about now? Is not okay?
That's much better. Thank you.
Please could you confirm if it's okay or not? Kim had a problem with the sound.
It's better now. You can proceed.
Let's try. Okay, let's try. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. You can proceed.
Better?
Thank you.
Okay, let's try to continue. So, who generates jobs position? In Brazil, more than 75 to 80% of job positions are located in startups and small business, who brings innovations to society. Startups or small business are flexible enough to adapt their operations quickly. Where a young student wants to work, Facebook or IBM, Uber or Tvet. So, when I was a Tvet student, my professor used to say, if you are a good student, you will work for a great company. We must expand this statement to, if you are a student, you launch a great company, not work for a great company, but launch a great company. That's our. So how we develop the entrepreneur skills and competence over our. In Brazil, professors cannot be entrepreneurs. At the same time they teach. All research at the same time they teach. Not how it works. How to expect professors to teach something they are forbidden to perform. So we use the research to solve kind of problems. Some problems we have to face to solve. Of being employee instead of being employer. Success is to work for a big company. Traditional classroom is not the adequate environment to taught to anything. Not even the professor are adequate. That's our, that is some problems that are. Some strategies we believe that bring best business incubators with ecosystem mentors, support juniors enterprises with members from many areas, develop more outclass activities where the learning process is centralized on students. Everything is about culture. We need to shift our mindset. We must develop a culture based on leadership and innovation. Thank you very much. I am Leonardo Tavares, and I am Dr. Henrique da Hora from Brazil.
Thank you very much for that. We'll recap later. Let me now call upon the Russian representative, Alexei Paktov, Head, International Cooperation Office. Over to you. Will that be virtual? Over to you.
Excuse me. I will be taking this presentation.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I represent the Center for Tvet Studies and the Institute for Tvet Development. My name is Anna Muravyova, and I'm really very happy to be here and to share with you the presentation about the principal issues. I'll try to be brief. And keep within the allocated time slot of 5 minutes. Okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Right. Okay. Not to waste more time. So thank you very much for offering this opportunity of being with you and talking to this esteemed audience on issues that are of our mutual concern and interest. So first of all, the overall context, some brief things about the overall context in my country, in Russia, concerning entrepreneurship. We have the national project that's ongoing called Small and Medium Scale Entrepreneurship and Support of Individual Entrepreneurial Initiatives. And this project is expected to yield a 32.5% growth of the share of small and medium scale enterprises or entrepreneurship in the GDP. And it's expected to yield a growth in employment in the sector of small and medium scale entrepreneurship of up to 25 million people by year 2030. Also, youth entrepreneurship, and this is what we're talking about Tvet, youth entrepreneurship is expected to become driver of the sector of small and medium scale entrepreneurship in the medium and long-term perspective. And one factor which contributes a lot to this is, of course, digital economy, platform economy. Youngsters are very agile with adapting to the new situation. According to some estimates, expert estimates, 88% of high school students and school leavers want to start own businesses or already are doing it. Tvet students in the age group of 14 to 18 years can become individual entrepreneurs or self-employed already during their study at the Tvet institution. So this all supports entrepreneurial skills development. Okay? No. So, gosh. Yes. Now, before going kind of deeper into the issue, let's look at what we call entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial skills. They embrace, among others, leadership skills, skill to lead teams of their own choice, practical skills of business communication, entrepreneurial mindset, capacity to launch and run own business, and to ensure effective self-employment. Coupled with such cognitive skills as critical thinking, information and data processing with regard to their business, to their field of activity, creative and designer thinking, as well as the ability to work self-efficiently, to mention but a few. So, and let's look at entrepreneurship education or entrepreneurship as a subject matter. Teaching and learning entrepreneurship is a complicated process, at least we find it so, that embraces knowledge from different areas and breaks out of the bounds of traditional theoretical assumptions and beliefs. Nowadays, learning for entrepreneurship is taking place in conditions of uncertainty we're all immersed in that require agile adaptation to new and rapidly changing situations, coupled with a broad fundamental knowledge in the field of economics and social sciences. Okay? And formats of learning entrepreneurship thus range from classroom activities to activities outside the classroom, to startup projects, social entrepreneurship, innovation-based projects, familiarization with the intricacies of different businesses, case studies, active involvement in the economic life of the local community, etc. Hence, the important precondition for entrepreneurship education is mutually beneficial cooperation with businesses that is conducive to an open dialogue. And I fully agree to my colleagues who spoke before me that it's impossible for people who have not been entrepreneurs to teach entrepreneurship, which sometimes happens. Now, in my country, we have the so-called list of top 50 occupations that enjoy and are expected to enjoy highest demand on the labor market in the immediate and near-term future. And in all of those, practically in all of those occupations, entrepreneurship component has become integrated in the curricula. So, for example, entrepreneurship education or modules are part of the Tvet curricula in such areas of training as commerce, hospitality, design, economics and accounting, preschool education, internet marketing, information systems and programming, just to mention but a few. So, yeah. Sorry. So this is entrepreneurship education. This is how the curricula are coping with it, integrating entrepreneurship modules and qualifications, additional qualifications to graduates. But apart from entrepreneurship education and entrepreneurial skills, as we can see from the list which I briefly outlined before, these entrepreneurial skills are required for all because they're relevant for all occupations and for self-fulfillment in modern life, characterized, like we already said, by uncertainty, with all the ensuing changes, challenges, and risks. And these skills, when developed in all Tvet programs, they are conducive to effective employability and to self-fulfillment. And now the task we are setting ourselves is to have these skills introduced across all of the Tvet programs, which is quite a challenging thing because we have over or about 4,000 Tvet colleges, Tvet institutions or branches of Tvet within universities. And we need trained teachers to do that. We need lots of resources, financial knowledge is human, as I've already said. But investing in this integration of entrepreneurial skills all across the Tvet system will ensure, and we believe that it will, ensure transformation of Tvet colleges into drivers of change and development. and hence challenges for the future in the context of what I've said, what I've just said. So we have to speed up the formation of entrepreneurial culture and environment for nurturing entrepreneurs and for fostering entrepreneurial skills. And we have to do that. Apart from what I already mentioned, we need enhanced skills of Tvet administrators and teachers and a changed mindset probably. We have support from research, research and evidence-based support of this transformation. And we have to really integrate in real terms, fostering entrepreneurial skills in all the Tvet programs. Thank you very much for attention. I hope I've been brief enough.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Let me get to the next presenter, India representative. Over to you.
Yeah, good evening, Brics. And today I'm here to present entrepreneurship as a boon in Tvet system. And in India, entrepreneurship is being implemented on a larger scale, and in all our Tvet system, institutions, organizations, entrepreneurship plays a major role. In my first slide, as you can see, the entrepreneurship can play an important role not only in the industrial sector, but also in farm and service sector as well. And in India, we have a large chunk of unemployed youth, and we have all over India, we have Tvet system, a strong Tvet system. In all the courses, the entrepreneurship module is mandatory as part of employability skills. And our Prime Minister's vision to boost the startups, we have the Startup India and the Stand Up India, where our unemployed youth in Tvet system, they get boost. We have shared the screen. You can see the initiatives of Startup India, where in 16 January 2016, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has rolled out several supporting programs for entrepreneurship, building a robust stand-up ecosystem and transforming India into a country of job creators. Tvet system in India has a large chunk of young and unemployed youth who, in turn, when they turn as entrepreneurs, can benefit as the country on a larger scale. Focus of entrepreneurship in Tvet system, the modules implemented in Tvet system can greatly augment the supply of entrepreneurship. Adoption of entrepreneurship in Tvet sector will be achieved by driving down the unemployed youth of skilled graduates. To improve the self-employment in Tvet system, the modules of entrepreneurship are made compulsory. We have institutions like NISBET and Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship, which creates, nurtures, and fosters entrepreneurship. We also have the employability skills module. Please go to the previous slide. Yeah, where in the technical ecosystem, vocational training ecosystem, in all the modes of training, craftsman training, apprenticeship training, DTS, short-term courses, NSDC courses, we have the entrepreneurship as an important module, wherein we cover entrepreneurship, types of business, product and service, market in 21st century, pitching your business. We have various business stories, both success and failures. We have the market scan strategy, final business ideas, and then accounting for business, entrepreneurship mindset, which plays the important role in entrepreneur fostering. Understanding customer needs, we make them build your own business plan. We make a project, and also we tell them the funding of your business. We also tell them what is the difference between a self-employment and an entrepreneurship. And finally, in our Bharat Skill portals, we have blended learning content on employability skills, and part of it is entrepreneurship skills, which plays very important role. As you can see, these are the topics which we cover. We both have the interactive video content, the blended content. We have the short books which are being developed on it. And in India, entrepreneurship in Tvet institutions is being taken up on a very larger scale, with much seriousness. And with this, I thank Brics for giving us the opportunity to present this. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for sharing such information. Let me now call upon the China representative. Yes. Ms. Ma Yuxia, if my pronunciation is not correct, I experienced the same. I was in China, I was called the Nexus, quite a number of names. President Zhengzhou Railway Vocational and Technical College, over to you, ma'am.
Esteemed Ms. Naxi, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to participate in this forum. Young people are the future of a country and the hope of the nation. Empowering them with knowledge, skills, conviction, courage, and help them face future challenges with confidence not only benefits them, but also determines what the world will look like in the future. Here, I'd like to make a little topic on the topic of engage, enable, empower to build a better future. Firstly, a brief introduction of my college, Zhengzhou Railway Vocational and Technical College. Founded in 1951, we are the earliest institute set aside for the purpose of cultivating train drivers, and are the first independent Tvet college of our national railway system. That is to say, she was born and has prospered along the development of our railway. Over the past 72 years, our college has cultivated more than 200,000 higher talents for the rail transit industry, and is deemed as one of the top 50 higher vocational colleges in China in terms of teaching management and teaching resources. We have attained the WFCP Excellence Award, and this makes us a leading contender of China's Tvet education.
Okay. In recent years, following the trend of vocational education reform and the development needs of students, we have set up the School of Innovation and Entrepreneurship so that we can engage young people in innovation programs, enable them with entrepreneurial skills, and empower them to make a difference in the future. For this, we have taken on a few measures. First of all, we have built up a curriculum system whereby we combine professional education with innovation and entrepreneurship education. Since the beginning of college education, the students are given public compulsory courses such as career development and employment guidance, innovation and entrepreneurship education. And we have imbued innovative thinking, entrepreneurial consciousness, and spirit into all aspects of professional courses teaching so as to stimulate students' awareness of innovation and entrepreneurship. Nearly 50,000 students had benefited from these courses yearly. Secondly, we have established a credit transformation system to encourage students to participate and be more involved in skills, innovation, and entrepreneurship competitions. Any awards taken from these competitions can be converted into their academic grades for GPA. Through continuous efforts, all students have won the first prize in the China University Robot Competition for the past 5 consecutive years. And in the finals of the China International College Students Internet Plus Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition in 2022, my college won 1 gold award, 1 silver award, and 5 bronze awards, ranking third. Thank you. Ranking third among China's Tvet colleges, and was commended by the Ministry of Education of China. Thirdly, we have invested heavily in building a high-level innovation and entrepreneurship practice platform, the Maker Space, with enterprises and scientific research institutions to give full support to entrepreneurial projects and to incubate startup companies. Since 2021, our Makerspace has served a total of 54 startup teams, sponsored the application of 635 national patents, and has successfully incubated 31 startups. And the educational, scientific, technological, and economic value of innovation and entrepreneurship projects have paid off. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a rapidly changing world where traditional knowledge is not enough to help us overcome the difficulties we encounter. And inherent thinking is not enough to help us cope with future challenges. Therefore, every educator must practice the principles of advancing development with innovation and inspiring the youth to engage in entrepreneurship.
and empowering the growth of the youth and help them achieve success. Thank you all. Thank you very much to all our speakers, those that were speaking virtually and also those on face-to-face. There will be a session that will deal with all the summaries later today. So mine is just to thank all of you, and we will get that. The only thing that I would say from all the speakers was that change is imminent. We are living in a rapid changing world of work. It cannot be business as usual. Entrepreneurship development is not something that should be seen aside. It must be part of the curriculum. It must be the strategic planning processes. It must be in our business model as we continue with teaching and learning in our institutions. I thank you very much. We can go.
Can I request Mamunesi and your team to come to the front to come and receive our token of appreciation? No, thank you very much, DP, for the appreciations. We are moving. Mr. Mbulawa, I have nothing personal against you. You may be seated. I have nothing personal against you, especially that you are my chairperson as well in the province. We are really conscious about time. I think in China it's just after 12, it's going for 1 o'clock a.m. at the moment. And it is certainly unfair for our Chinese, not these ones in front of us, but the ones that are in China, to be sitting in the conference at this hour of the morning in terms of the Chinese time. It should be around about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning now. And they still need to go back to work. I don't know what time Chinese work starts. We are going to move sectorial priority number 4 to tomorrow. Because also we have a challenge that Ms. Pai is also leaving tomorrow, and the flight is very early. And we really would have loved to hear what they are going to say. But what we are going to do now is to ask Ms. Liuku, she's sitting somewhere here, to come and take the session that she's supposed to manage and also request all the presenters to have a 2-minute presentation on what they understand to be the 2 main critical issues or take-homes that emanated from the discussions we had since this morning. I am now going to, Mr. Mulawa, you are still going to be on the pictures and on the platform tomorrow. You are not off the hook, but we just want to change so that we can have our delegate from China also giving us their input before they leave for China tomorrow. I'm now handing over to our new chairperson, Meluk.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Priscilla Lehoko. I am the principal of Vuselela Tvet College in the Northwest region in South Africa. Our session is going to be quite short. We are hoping that we end with a bang. So it's going to be a bit different. I will call onto the stage to join me Dr. Musoba and our Chinese counterpart, who is supposed to be with us on stage. Thank you, Mem Pei. Mem is the director of the Department of Tvet Programs and Professional Training, the CEAIE. Thank you, Mem. Dr. Musoba is the principal of the College of Cape Town. You are welcome to the panel. And as we shift things a little bit around, we're also going to change the order in which we've been taking presenters. Instead of starting with our South African counterpart, we will start with Mem Pei. Thank you, Mem. I'm going to give each one of us exactly 5 minutes. Yes, no minute more or less. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam. Very happy to stand here again. On behalf of CEAIE, I'm pleased to highlight some issues from today's discussions and those that for us to take away home. First of all, please let me congratulate the seminar organizers, the SAPCO leadership, and the SAPCO members who present here today, and of course the DHET, who provided a lot of support to this seminar. And also a lot of congratulations on this successful day of deliberation and the hospitality that you have shown to us. Thank you so much on behalf of the delegation. Today, all of us recognize and also agree that Tvet is increasingly recognized as an effective means of equipping and empowering young people to engage in productive and sustainable livelihoods in a knowledge society and knowledge economy. Today, globalization and technology are becoming important drivers of education reforms. In the current macroeconomic and financial environment, in particular, Tvet is an effective program to accelerate socio-economic development, achieving the SDGs, and empower people with skills that can contribute to prosperity, poverty alleviation, and, of course, leaving no one behind. I would like to bring up 2 items for further consideration of the participants. Firstly, curriculum with the current and future needs of the labor market should be a key priority. Indeed, the current lack of synergy between supply and demand in the labor market has a negative impact on Tvet graduates as well as the industries. This challenge is global and illustrates why Tvet curricula could be structured with agility around the emerging needs for skills in relation to digital and green economy. Secondly, the rapid digitalization of the economy has completely transformed the labor market and affected its skills supply. UNESCO reports have shown that people entering the workforce with Tvet background face some difficulties, and devaluation of skills needed by the economy gradually makes these competences absolute. Tvet and digitalization are associated with changing challenges in work process. To take these developments into account, to support the adaptation process, governments and Tvet providers may offer selected and flexible training for different target groups. Probably the Brics TCA could organize more discussions and best practice sharing on these above-mentioned topics. So in addition, I just mentioned two takeaway items or items for your colleagues to discuss further tomorrow. And in addition to that, on behalf of the Secretariat of the Brics TCA, I would like to raise a call for proposal that the TCA would like to support joint research on any topics that are in the field of Tvet innovation and development. And we hope that those joint research can be conducted jointly by the TCA members and also from the Brics member states. The Secretariat is ready to provide some subsidies for the research projects, and it's open to everybody. We really encourage that people can apply for the joint research projects together. You can write to the Secretariat. Thank you. And also, I would like to do some advertisement for the Secretariat for your support. The Secretariat has been organizing a variety of activities for the TCA members, including capacity building webinars, which some of you might already participated, and also Brics student camps, which will take place in September this year, hopefully. And we welcome active participation of members, as well as innovative ideas and proposals for the Secretariats to implement. So tomorrow, the delegation will head for Ethiopia for another meeting, and we will attend tomorrow's meeting virtually online on our way to the airport. So welcome to China. We hope to see you sometime in China. And thank you all participants who also participate in this meeting virtually online. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen in here, our panelists that are viewing online, that will be presenting online, I expect to move or to get out of the session that every representative from each country will be expected to highlight two main critical issues. Mem has already said that. These are the take-homes for us, and these issues will be discussed and taken forward by the 2023 Brics Tvet Institution President Forum. And we therefore are going to take the next presenter, which is Brazil, if you're available, Brazil. Can I get an indication if they are here? Not.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you so much, we can hear you. You may go ahead. You have, fortunately, just 5 minutes. Please stick to the 5 minutes and give us two main ideas that we can take home with us. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
You may go ahead, sir.
Okay, with the presentation.
Yes, please.
Hi, dear colleagues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to collaborate with this meeting. The topics dealt with here are extremely important. I'm sure they will contribute to bring clarity, showing what each one of us has done in order to improve our education. Well, in the next screen, I'm going to present myself. My actual position is Director of Innovation Hub at Fluminense Federal Institute since 2022. Also professor at Fluminense Federal Institute since 1994. I'm a Master in Operational Research and Computational Intelligence Baccalaureate in Production Engineer. More than 15 years activating as an entrepreneur, working with industry solutions, more than 29 years working with academy and companies, more than 10 years coordinating innovation projects. So what is WEL, Workplace-Based Learning? Is a term of activities that link employers and schools provide special learning experience for students. This experience focuses on broad skill development that apply knowledge, skills learned in the classroom to the real world. Students with disabilities should have the opportunity to participate in WEL programs and that meet their needs. There are some meaning for WEL, but here I highlight some important features that show its main meaning. When I talk about companies and the school relationships,
Can I just interject just a bit? Can I interject a bit, sir? We are now at the close of the day, and we are doing the two main issues that are supposed to come from your country that we have to use as a take-home. And I'm aware that you are now on the first one. We will allow you to maybe finish what you wanted to indicate, but forward to us the presentation because we will need that when we compile our information that goes to our committee. You are not on spot on, you are not talking to the script that we have. Are you aware? Can you hear South Africa, sir? No, we are on 4 now.
Can you hear me?
Hello? I need to make a correction. We are going to start with number 4 tomorrow. Today, right now, we are doing the 2 that is supposed to be a take-home. Are you prepared for that? Because in that case, then we have to be fair to all presenters and present on exactly the same items. Do you have the presentation with you?
Sim, tem uma apresentação. Yes, I have the presentation.
Okay, the one with the 2 take-homes. Please do so. It doesn't look like he has. Something is coming up. I see something is coming up.
Sorry, the sound is not so good. Can we repeat, please, what you want exactly? You can speak Portuguese if there's a problem.
Can we move on to the next one in case you have a challenge?
Okay. Okay. I understood.
But you understand what is happening right now. We're moving session 4 to tomorrow. Right now we're doing the end of day 2, which is the 2 main critical points that are take-homes for us. Do you have that presentation for us? Okay. I suppose we're not understanding each other. Maybe it's time that we move to another presentation. Russia, are you ready? Is Russia in the house? Are you ready? Please.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Thank you very much. Please understand we are not doing the priority 4 right now. We're doing the session of the 2 highlights.
Yes, can you hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Alexei Bartov. I'm head of International Cooperation Office, Federal Institute for Development of Vocational Education and Training. Thank you very much to the organizers for this fantastic event. It's very useful to hear the interventions from all our Brics countries, and I'd like to highlight the 2 main items as we consider it to be very important. There's quite a few development goals that were mentioned on the one hand, such as climate change and sustainable development and poverty reduction. And on the other hand, we have different traditions, contexts, and conditions of life in each of the country. And each country has accumulated much experience addressing challenges in each of the discussed thematic priority areas. And it would be very useful to sum up this experience and have a joint electronic publication that would allow all the parties interested and involved in Tvet and the Tvet stakeholders to study and use the findings of their own countries. Also, this publication would help experts from our countries to make systemic conclusions about the correlation of successful decisions and best practices with the context they were implemented in. This would be a conducive and better and evidence-based comprehension of the ongoing processes. And the second one, it would be really useful to organize on a regular basis the exchange of information about relevant Tvet developments in the discussed thematic priority areas in our countries. And I think that will really contribute to better understanding of each other systems and contribute to better cooperation between our countries. This is it from our side. I thank you for your attention and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Really kept my time. We've managed to spare a few minutes over there. Could you kindly remember to forward us the presentation so that we are able to compile one? Thank you so much. May we call now India representative? We have exactly 5. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Actually, no, we thought of having the key takeaways after the last deliberation, work-based learning. But till today, whatever we have heard, our view is that we may have to main takeaways on digital transformation, and the another one is green initiative. These are all the 2 areas, and we have to get it to micro level and have the best practices from other countries. So our focus shall be on digital transformation and the green initiative, and other things tomorrow we will deliberate and we shall get you the micro level inputs tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's hear what our South African representative has to say to us. Doc? You also have 5 minutes, unfortunately.
Can we see the presentation? Okay. No, there's no presentation. Because if I start talking, I've got 5 minutes, so it must be there before 5 minutes. Is it there now? All protocols observed for those who are tall and those who are like me. Thank you. I would like to tell you the most difficult thing that a person can ever do in a conference like this is to talk about what others have said. It's very difficult. But what is more important is to understand that what you are talking about is not what they've said, but what they've implied. So I may not be using the language that they used. I may be interpreting the language that they have said. So we are talking here about the skilling of growth, development, and poverty reduction through vocational education and training. And what is very clear to us today about the first question of hybrid and blended learning is that there is no barrier anymore. We can go to the next. You are far ahead of me. Or is it me who is doing it? Can we go to the first one? The second one? Right, thank you. So you can see that hybrid learning is about resources. That is what came out. And it is very important for Brics to note that we need to share resources. I was so happy when I was reading that the Brics countries are going to have a common currency. That means it's going to be easy for resources to flow from one country to the other. And hybrid learning is something that we need to talk about, not as individual countries, but as Brics. Next, let's go to the next one. The next one is very funny, as you can see it. And it is saying, Brics family, distance is not a barrier. And our recommendation in South Africa is that we need to start learning across the borders. This issue of using money to go to China should be stopped. We must learn programs that are in China virtually and through hybrid teaching and learning. That is what was being said here. So I'm very glad when I hear the specialized areas that are being discussed from China, from what we call centers of specialization. And our take home is that BRIC member countries should use hybrid learning to increase accessibility to their Tvet institutions by students from all countries. Not to come and say what we are doing, but to come and say, this is what we can give you as member countries. There was also a talk around green skills. And something that came out of it, which is very, very important, is that green skills is about sustainability. And sustainability in its sense is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations. So what we are saying today is if we want really sustainability, we need to develop green economy. And for the green economy to be developed, we need sustainable development. And for sustainable development to be developed, there's consensus that we need green skills to move the green economy amongst the BRICS. That is what was said. And we are saying to the BRICS members, please, we should integrate sustainability strategies and develop a common vocational education curricula that brings sustainable economy across the board. And then we talked about something that is at the center of my heart, entrepreneurship. But what came out that also forced me to look into the dictionary was to say, what is the difference between entrepreneurship and business ownership? Is an entrepreneur a business owner? From what was discussed here, I could not actually see the difference. But to be honest with you, when I researched, I found that an entrepreneur is more than a business owner. An entrepreneur is a problem solver. And the reward for solving problems across the countries is money. You'll be given money as a reward for solving problems. And what we picked up from the member countries is really that we need to develop entrepreneurship skills. We don't teach them. We develop them. We promote them. Identify those with entrepreneurial skills and let's promote them. And our take home is that Brics you need to support the entrepreneurship pathways for skills and sharing of such between BRICS member countries in your curriculum and amongst yourselves. If we have got people who are very good in software, and we know that China is the best, or India is the best country for software development, we need to take them there. South Africa has got talent. We need China to bring those people to learn how the talent is done here. And we develop curriculum for talent, while you are developing curriculum for software. After all, we will be having a common currency, and that currency will enable us to move across. The second one is skills training and impartation of vocational staff amongst BRIC members must be seamless. If we really want to get the skills properly, let's get to the best people. BRICS has got 5 different countries with specialized skills, as we were hearing from this summit. Then we talked about sustainable economy for BRICS Tvet sector. Can you go to the next one, please? The next one. The next one. The next one. Right. So sustainable economy for BRICS Tvet sector should include the following. And this was said yesterday. And this is very important. You find that with universities, we have got the Globalics. And I've been in all these countries where Globalics is taking place. And they are developing knowledge for university. They are developing research for university. And here in Africa, we have got Africa Leaks with 5 years old. And in Asia, they've got Asia Leaks with 18 years old. And the last was done in Taiwan. And our question is, for vocational, what do we have besides this one? What do we have? And the answer is very simple. A journey of thousands miles starts with one step. And this is the very second step that we have taken from last year. So we need a catalytic process for BRICS sustainable development in all the 3 sectors. By the way, the economy comes from these 3 sectors. Nowhere else We talk of academism, talentism, and skillism. And here we are for skillism. It's never different from academism. You can't say a person who is generating billions of rands for acting as Jack Chan. You know Jack Chan? Those who watched Jack Chan. Jack, don't worry. Someone wanted to say Ngesi here and said Nine Nkesi. Millions of rands have come into China for that. And when we really need to talk about sustainable economy, we need to talk about such things. And our children yesterday were actually crying and say, talentism is not being looked at. And I took it from there that it is right time for us to learn and to share the talent that is across the Brics. The last part that we would like to talk about is Brics Tvet in the crossroads? Is it at the crossroads? That is what was coming out of us. Are we pushing students to Tvet sector, or we are attracting them? Why is it that we are not attracting them? It's what came out which is very clear, is that the 5 countries were talking about what they are doing in their own silos. China, this is what I'm doing. South Africa, this is what we are doing. And that's what came out very clear. And we are saying this is the beginning of breaking the barrier. And breaking the barrier in the sense that we need to break this barrier and start to talk about talking to each other in terms of curricula. So in closing, we are saying this is the most important step towards synergy. May God bless you. Thank you.
You really talks like a priest, and you took some of my time. But colleagues, this brings us to the end of day 2. We will start tomorrow very early again, as continuing with what needed to be done today, as well as start tomorrow's business. Chairperson, you may take your stage. I am ascending. We will receive the 2 important points from each country. I've already received from China, and South Africa has given us information as well. So we will compile information. Please come through. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
No, thank you very much, Luku, and your entire team. Mr. Muyan. Oh, he's here already. Okay, I didn't see you. Thank you very much. I think you are also catching up with time. We will request the speakers to move to the front to receive a token of our appreciation for all the work that you have done and put in the background. Thank you very much, colleagues. Just a quick note that the program says tomorrow morning we're starting at 10. Tomorrow morning we are starting at 9. And I want those who are joining us online to take note. We are starting 9 o'clock South African time tomorrow morning. I just want to check with the program at 4 a.m. Russia, it will be 10 o'clock a.m. Let me repeat. Russia, we are starting at 10 a.m. India, it will be 12:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. And in China, it will be 1500 hours. 3 o'clock p.m., 1500 hours in China. It would be appreciated if we could start on time with that. And we will then start with our priority area number 4, led by Mr. Mulawa, so that I can be safe when I have to go back to the Western Cape. We are not concluded yet. We will request the president of SACPO, Professor Putsisi, to come and do some remarks before we close the session. Mayor Putsisi, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thanks, SG, for the opportunity. The reason why I am standing here, the item is not appearing on the program, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank the CAIA for participation in this program. We learned that tomorrow you are leaving. Yes, and we found it prudent of us as the leadership of the South African Public Colleges Organization, supported by the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, that we express our gratitude for the contribution that you have made. Your presence here made it feel different. We were not celebrating Brics to ourselves, but Brics was here. It made a whole lot of difference, and for the entire delegation, our colleagues, the presidents from different institutions, the representatives of UNESCO who are with you, and the other delegates that were supporting this entire delegation from China, we really want to express our gratitude to you. And there are two most important things that need to happen. For the South African colleges to partner with the Chinese institutions, we realized that we had allowed a loose arrangement to happen, and for individuals to approach, their colleague counterparts in China. But we will send out a correspondence to all colleges, and for them to declare. We'll try to make the matching exercise with colleges. What we'll need from you, Ms. Pei, is the list of colleges and their specializations. So that when we send out a letter to our South African colleges, they are able to declare their interests right away in terms of the list of Chinese institutions as stated. We will also not leave out institutions that participated in the Chinese culture. Also, there are institutions whose South African colleges whose students participated in different institutions in China. We'll also make you aware of such, so that we are able to, take advantage of the skills and capacity built during their stay in China. Our DDG has this outstanding idea that he shared with us of the Brics Games. The president of the college's sports association, Mr. Aubrey Bosula, also, flagged a number of issues in terms of activities around students, which we would really like you to support that structure. It is a structure under SAPCO. We are promoting sports, arts, and culture. And we would really want to see our students, participating within your institutions with their counterparts in China. The issues of partnerships are key for us as principals of colleges. Our performance agreements are clear. Our minister usually says, if you don't have a partnership, you are a principal of an FET college. It means it's a non-existent institution, not covered by the law as such, because our act talks to the vocational education and training colleges. So we don't want to be principals of FET colleges. We want to be principals of Tvet colleges. There are other member states that we will continue communicating with as part of Brics, but I'm expressing this words now because you are about to leave. And our regional managers are in the house. Our directors in the department are here from different responsibilities and line functions, which it would be also good. I thought I would see maybe Mr. Vere or somebody from curriculum, because we are also talking issues of curriculum here, where we would start collaborating. But Mr. Stusha is here in any case to talk other matters than just curriculum. There's also governance, Mr. Gaza, our regional managers taking interest in the institutions, the Tvet colleges, which are under their leadership. So I'm flagging these issues for us as we talk, then we take that into consideration. But I would humbly want to request the entire delegation of China to stand up, and we give them the biggest round of applause, colleagues. I don't think it's big enough. I thought I would hear Mudidi Etsani, a flute or whatever. Yep, let's do it the South African way. Yep, go for it. Rialeboha, thank you so much. Baya danki siyabonga, siyabulela. It is really an honor. And exchange cards, business cards, colleagues, and start talking. Don't collect them and put them in your purse and forget. Yep, it happens. But that was my task, SG. And we have some take-homes from today's session, which were supposed to be coming tomorrow. We have taken note of that. That will form part of our action plan moving forward in actioning the decisions and resolutions of this conference, which will inform the next President's Forum in 2024. But it feels good. Are you feeling the same, colleagues? It feels so good. We learned so much, and we could see ourselves in other countries as well. SG, let me hand over before I start preaching. I'm an elder at my church, so it is easy for me to get into the spirit.
No, thank you, President. Fortunately, you are not a bishop or a pastor or a priest. They are here. I would have requested them to intervene spiritually and deal with the matter. But thank you very much, President, for those so important words, so that when the Chinese delegation leaves tomorrow, they are fully aware of our commitment to take this process forward. Colleagues, you are not at liberty to leave. You are requested to now use the opportunity which I had taken away from you during breaks to say it is not time for networking. It was time to get a cup of tea or something to eat. Now is the time for networking. It will not help you in Gauteng to think that you will hit the road now. You will in any way arrive at 6 o'clock where you're going. You might as well have this networking session until 5 o'clock and then start to think about hitting the road. I'm also advising those who are not necessarily coming from Gauteng. You will get stuck in traffic. We are now requesting that you do the networking, you interact, and exchange business cards and so on, so that we make meaningful, use this time meaningfully to do those partnerships. Just before we conclude, and then just before I exercise my power and authority, we want to also have a group photo. I think it will be outside. Where are the photographers? Where would we be able to take a nice group photo? Is it outside in front of the building? Would it be outside in front of the building or in? But in is too little space, ne? Outside. On the stage. Or some on and some off. Okay. It is said that the weather is not good outside. You might as well just do it inside. We will request that we all come to the fore and take a group photo. Let me then conclude by virtue of power and authority vested in me as chairperson of this session, I now adjourn until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you. Can the photographers please come and do what they are known for best in terms of organizing us in front? We might not understand how these things do. Are you coming to do that, please? Oh, yeah. Matthews. Matthews? Is Matthews in the house? Percy, you can also come, please, my sweetie. Come and help us here.